be live on YouTube and all that. I thought you were already at 3 months. This is the third month. We are currently actively in the third month, so we've got 2 done. Third month is in progress. So with that said, what we're going to be doing today is we're going to be starting off with some more Hydroneer. We played it yesterday, and it was fantastic. Let's see, can you start? Can you start now? Start what? Okay, so actually, that does put us over $10, so so Darstrider, you got over $10 here. Do you want a hat, a spicy jelly bean, or a meme sticker? For those catching us up on YouTube side, we will end TikTok. We are doing a streamathon. Well, it's not yes, it's one of the 3. I know the meme, but you gotta pick. Or you can leave it to my discretion. That is if you do not want to decide, or if someone, you know, subs and bails or whatever. I can also do that. Full time? Either is good. I'll try the spicy jelly beans, because I haven't done one of those yet. So I'd like to know what I'm in for. So now we break the seal. Alright. I also Legos and all that for it. Which will be interesting because they're going to blast through the Legos. I don't even know where to put you. So, first jelly bean. Ah, so it's a creeping heat. I was like, I don't taste any spiciness. Ah, it's a creeping heat. It's a slow build-up heat. I understand. Ooh, ah. So it's not that bad. It's just, it's a kind of creep, like the heat that gets in, like, the back of your throat kind of thing. So, like, where I chewed it on the one side, do they sell wasabi peanut butter, peanut butter jelly beans? Not that I'm aware of. So yeah, that's pretty spicy. The sad thing is, for habanero, it doesn't taste of habanero at all. It's just a slow build burn. Okay, and I do owe, what is that? 6 Lego? Yeah, habanero is sneaky heat. Yeah, that's exactly what that was. It was sneaky heat. So I do owe the 6 Legos, so I'm gonna do those real fast, and then we'll get over here. Don't change my camera zoom. Or, I guess, just... Alright, apparently I need to fix my camera. Give me 2 seconds. Alright, so I just need to reset the camera real fast, and we will get that sorted out. Sorry about the music stopping. Okay, it's done that thing where it's cursed zoom. You know what? I'm going to just deal with it being cursed zoomed in too much, because I know it's going to just turn around and zoom back out later, and then I'll have to fix it twice. So we're just going to pretend it's not cursed and zoomed in and fuzzy. So I owe 6 Legos now. I don't remember what I was doing. We've got this piece going on. I've got the tab here.
Thank you Jason040914 for subscribing for 10 months.
Thank you, Jason, for the tier 3 sub. I really do appreciate that. You've been subbed to the channel for 10 months. I will get that extra 30 minutes added to the clock, because the first 30 minutes should add automatically. I'll get the next 30 on there. Let's just make sure that added correctly, since that's one of the first ones we've had that goes on here. So give me 2 seconds to switch scenes. So yeah, so we do have the extra 30 minutes did get added, but I need to add an additional 30 minutes on top of that. So bear with me. So 30. Why is numpad off? Numpad should never be off. Okay, so there's the extra time added. So let me pop back over here. Switch back over. And so that's 7 pieces and all that. Do we have a rewards command? I did not make one. So that's something I should have done. So bear with me. So that's what? 7 Legos IO. Let me go ahead and get that knocked out. So we have 1, 2. Yeah, 2. We've got that. And grab these real quick. And so then we have 3, 4, 5. Grab you. And you. Six. There we go. And 7. Cool. So we're all caught up on the Legos real fast. That is a very long link. Yeah, I should probably get a command set up to have the information. It is available on the announcements channel, on the Discord, and all that. But all that. You can cut out a lot of it. Yeah, no, you can, probably everything after PNG. Yep. So where it starts, like, question mark, everything, and the rest of that doesn't actually need to be part of the link. Because that's all just, like, trying to set sizes and all that. Good old query string. And let's see here.
Congrats on partnerversary, Spicy Bean.
Okay,
train is go. Choo choo.
Where are we even at with a lot of this? So IO, well actually, that should add the time itself, right? Let me double check the time settings. Does it have the thing for the bits? Yeah, so the bits should add the time automatically. I don't have to do anything with it. Sorry. We're probably gonna have to, you know what I'm gonna do to make this less cursed? As much as I do enjoy the music of this game, I'm going to be tabbing out of this a lot. So we're just going to turn our music on for today. Because otherwise, it's just going to be like, sound drop, sound come back, sound drop, sound come back. Okay, so that means I owe 10 more Legos. We have the timer. You want a spicy bean. So that's an extra, let me actually mark this down. So we had a tier 3 sub that was a self-sub. And then we had an extra 1,000 bits. So,
thank you Sentient_Cookie for gifting a sub to AC Urius Maniac.
And we got 5 tier 1 subs. And those are all gifted. Okay. So there's Ursay Spicy Bean.
Sentient_Cookie for gifting a sub to Blazing Fennec.
So that puts us at, I need to have my own thing up real fast so I can see what the heck I promised.
Thank you Sentient_Cookie for gifting a sub to Simcopter1.
Ooh, Simcopter1 catching one of those. That's fun. But thank you, Such a Cookie, for the 5 gifty subs and kicking off. Well, actually, the hype train got kicked off with the 1,000 bits. So thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. I got your spicy jelly bean. It'll take a minute before it actually kicks my butt. And we also have the 5 gifty subs. So I need to math.
Thank you Sentient_Cookie for gifting a sub to Shoe 1987.
So let's see. I have to figure out what the heck we're even at money-wise. So let's see. We have, that's like 25, 50, 55, 60. It's So we're at about 70 that we've done so far. Okay. For the, I'm not going to be able to keep the timers. Here's what I'll do. For the tier 3 sub, since I just did a spicy bean, I said 10-minute cooldown. Of the other two, so silly hat or meme sticker, which would you like for that? And that was Jason. Would you prefer I get a silly hat or a meme sticker? I don't know why I'm saying this because it means I'm going to do one of each from all of it. So let me go ahead and just do all of it. There's no reason to have the question because we'll have another $10 after that. So I will do a meme sticker, and we're going to go right for this one, sitting right here at the top because it is perfect. Assuming I can get the back off of it. There we go. Yeah, I was like, we can do this. Like, what am I talking about? We hit $70. So right there, right on the cheek. So you got a good old classic meme right there. That glue is absolutely useless. And the first hat. So we've got that going on. We did pass $25, so I will need to do a round of exercises. So I'm going to do that really fast. Unfortunately, I do not have a camera I can point that way, so you're just going to have to trust me on it. So I'll do that real quick, which is really great as my mouth starts getting on fire. It's perfect timing. So I'll be right back after I get that knocked out. Here, you can look at not... I'm going to repair this so it's at least making us money while we wait. Okay, that way you have something to watch. Might be able to see Lego Cam. So, the problem with the Lego Cam is that I have to keep pivoting it. I'm just going to leave it alone. I used to have a camera for when I do exercises, so people can verify that I actually have done them. Like, how many push-ups and all that did I do on the channel when I used to have the routine? Was it like 36,000 or 56,000 or some ridiculous nonsense? Anyways, I'm going to go get those. I'm going to start with some push-ups and I'll be right back. The downside is I haven't kept up with them. So, like, I already just did the first 10 push-ups and said, oh no, what have I agreed to? So I've got that. We also broke $50. So,
Funny emotes from Hype Train while money going to Rual is great.
Yep, so that's another 100 biddies. So let me update our ledger here so I can keep track and make sure I'm staying on. So we also did break $50. So with the $50, I need to draw a crab. So what do we want? Please tell me I have my sketchbook up here. I don't gotta go find it. Be around here somewhere, right? Hold, please. Where's my sketchbook? I usually keep it in here. Let me check the other room real fast, and I'll be right back. Okay, I didn't find my sketchbook of all the stuff I've done here before, but I do have a different sketchbook. Oh man, this is back from college. Okay. MS Paint Crab? Oh, do we... Actually, that should have been a thing. Do you want me to do a pencil sketch crab, or do you want me to do a scuff MS Paint Crab? I will do either. That is actually a good idea. beep riding a crab. Crab beep. I could go like beep crab works. Yeah, beep riding a crab would work. Do we want scuff MS Paint crab? Or do you want like I actually sketch on paper crab? This let's go with the MS Paint one. Because I'm realizing I don't have my second camera, so where normally I have like the camera that is now the Lego camera for a while was pointing down at my desk. That's fine. Because I can't show off my other crabs because I don't know where my other sketchbook got away to. So let's go ahead and get some good old high quality MS Paint going on. All right. I need a larger. I'll get it so you can see this in just a moment. I need to change the canvas size to something bigger. Why am I struggling to remember how to do this? I know there's a place I could change the settings for this. Here we go. All right. We can unlink those. 1920 by 1080, and then I'll show the screen so you can see what I'm doing. All right. And before I do that, I'm just going to dye the background black so I'm not flashbanging you. Okay, so display capture. Lego beep crab? Well, I'm thinking we'll do the beep crab. This is not my touchscreen, is it? No, my touchscreen's the other one. Actually, yep. No, I think actually. Oh no, that's right. I gave two my touchscreen because her screen burned out. That's right. It's actually not. Oh yeah, there is dark mode. I forgot that. I don't even remember. You still prefer the old UI? That's not unusual. All right. So what we're going to do is we're just going to grab the pencil. I'm going to go ahead and make it larger. And it's actually not big enough. Oh wait, that's right. Brush is its own tool. We'll just leave it a normal brush. I'm going to set to be, how big is that? Okay, that'll do. All right. So this should be interesting because it's been a long time since I've done like negative type things. All right. So we're going to go ahead and start with the well, we're doing beep riding a crab. So let's go ahead and get the crab going first. For those who don't know, for the longest time I've been planning on doing a, when I say retheme, it's like more of an addition to the theme. But a retheme slash addition to the theme for the channel that would have like a crab wearing the beret and the scarf. And I still intend on doing it, but the artist I want to do that has been like super busy for a long time. We're talking like I've been in the queue to get it done for, oh, that's super cursed, for like over a year now and all that. And so it's one of those things, I want them to do it because they do really good stuff. They're the same person who does like all the emojis, not emojis, emotes and all that for FG Squared. But I've been like backlogged on them forever because they're very high demand person. But so I'm using that crab format. It's a little different doing it in the negative. But that's what we're currently going with, so that's what we've got going on here right now. Okay. But that's where this crab design comes from, is this is basically the crab that we were looking at doing for the whole retheme kind of thing. Which I'll still like, it's not like I won't be part of the channel anymore kind of thing. Like it'll still be me on camera, all that. It's not like VTuber arc or anything like that. But it's just, you know, new emotes would start including this. And I want to replace our like follow and, you know, subscribe alerts and all that to be just different silly like little things versus just fairly generic stuff that's on there right now. We can grab you and plop all that. That's not gonna work. Grab our tool here. Finishing closing that. Grab this here. Fill that there. Correct this with a brush. This is not going to be like an S tier work. We're trying to just rush through this. Okay. Made his beep get the beret. That is actually... Okay. You know, have like the flat head with like the little thing that bobs in the back. Okay, and oh, we didn't enclose that at all. And I vaguely remember them having like tall, skinny necks. Make sure it's all enclosed. So the fill tool actually works. So grab the eyedropper here. Nope. And almost done. Because the goal here isn't to make like... Oh, that's... I don't need to be painting those. Didn't enclose it again. Probably fine there. Let's grab... I don't have a good color. I'm just gonna make it like a maroon. Meanwhile, I'm just probably going to go with this because without actually looking at a picture, that's about as good as I'm gonna get. And we talked about the beret being part of this. Let's go ahead and grab this. Grab the scarf. Good enough. Looks like an ant riding a crab. Yep, and it is perfect just the way it is. So save as PNG. Beep. And excellent. So the crab is done. So, very peg hyper legs. Yeah, I remember they had like the very peg legs. I couldn't remember. I want to say their hands were 3 fingers, like 2 there and like one like a thumb, but I don't remember for sure. So that was at about 8 p.m. So it's at 9 p.m. before we can have another drawing. And lastly check, so we're at $71. Did I catch up with all the Legos, or am I short on the Legos? I feel like I'm short on the Legos. Sorry, I'm yanking my hat. Drawing a crab harness will be difficult. Yeah, so I think we didn't get the Legos for Oosh. Yeah, I think it was from Usayan we didn't get the Legos, so I owe 10, 15, 16 Lego pieces. So let me go ahead and get that. I have a feeling this kit's getting done today, whether or not I'm ready for it. Okay, so I've got all this. We finished that step. So the next step is I'm going to need this thing. So that's, how many did it say? 16? So that's 1, 2. Let's grab that one, and that one gets a sticker, so that's sticker number 5. Make sure I have the correct one. This is not the correct one. This is the correct one. So I have a number 5 sticker to put on here. That's gonna go out of frame because I cannot manage the sticker reaching past the microphone. That is very crooked, and it is already stuck, and so I'm stuck with it. Okay, so you go which way? So that's there. So you go like this. That's 3. I'm gonna grab you. So this is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, that's not in frame. 8, 9. So what you missed is me putting this peg here, and then this peg here, and then all these other pegs. 9, and then that goes. Turn this way. Goes like this. Cool. And then that goes on here. So like this. Okay. Hey, twist you. I'm so confused right now. It shows this on the other side. Let me just adjust that. Must have built that backwards. Okay, so that actually looks like the design. So I'm just supposed to take that, hook that up there. Cool. So that was at 9. So then 10. 11. You're 12. 13. 14. 15. 16, and I've lost count of how many I'm supposed to be doing. I think it was 17. I might be giving you an extra Lego, that's fine if I am. 17. Okay, so that should catch me all up on the Legos. So that was a big chunk knocked out all at once. All right. So thanks so much for all the kind generosity and all that good stuff. So we're doing good there. Now to figure out what the heck I was even doing here. I'm glad we were fixed this because this whole time we've been making money. So if I recall where we left off, I need to adjust this hat so I don't yank this poor thing out because I assumed Tim would be pretty upset if I ripped her hat. Why are you all closed? Okay, that's fine. Alright, so, with where we left off, we're at the point where it is time to start making more drills. So I need to grab that ingot and put in the truck. And I need to grab that. That's weird that didn't melt, but that's fine, we'll figure it out. And put in the truck, and we'll see if that is enough to make ourselves our first drills. But to catch up people to what the heck's even happening in Hydroneer is we have got our basic automation set up. I can go through in just a minute how it works, because I'm going to be running through it anyways in just a minute to set these things up. And with that, it'll make it a lot easier to walk through it. One of the things I like about Hydroneer versus a lot of other logistics automation games, like Factorio and all that, is while games like Factorio can be a lot of fun to play, unless you're going to like have that as your big thing you're doing on your channel, it's really hard to stream it for any length of time unless you're going all in on it, just because outside people are kind of like diehard fans of the series. The more complicated your factory gets, the more and more people kind of drop off because they've missed, you know, watching for a day or two. They get completely lost as to what's going on, and it's kind of hard to get back into. Versus, I do find a lot of the logistics in Hydroneer tend to be a little bit more accessible in the here's what's happening side things. I feel like the first habanero jelly bean was worse than the second so far as just being peppy. I'm also wondering if just the push-ups distracted me from it more. Okay, so. Oh, it was 100? Ooh, I probably don't have 100 there. But I believe what'll happen is I drop you in. Keep expecting there to be a second one, but... And you're in place, we can pull the lever. I'm assuming I don't have enough. All right. Yeah, so let's see. So I need for the drill. That's not the drill. I need for the drill 500 and 100 weight. So let's go back down there, see what I actually have. Because that's where we're at in the operation, is starting to scale up. And a big part of that is just going to be getting our drill upgrades. Just as a reminder, I'm going to go right off the side of this, so don't panic. But that is what's happening. Okay. There's just no point in me waiting on the elevator when there's no fall damage or anything. But yeah, so we found a bunch of the fossils last time. We got our basic automation set up. We are at the point where I'm trying to scale up my operations. Oh, and if I didn't say, you know, thank you so much for that tier 4 hype train. I really do appreciate it. And all the bits and the, you know, subs that were gifted and all those good things, and that that very generous sub upgrade for the tier 3 and all that. Well, sorry, resubbing at tier 3. That's all extremely generous. It all really does help. So thank you so much for that. bumping our number of plus points up to 49, so we're just shy of halfway for the full month, and we're barely just over a week into it, so that's pretty good. So I suspect the iron might weigh enough, but I suspect the other one's probably just short. Yeah, the iron's enough for a total of 4 drills. So iron, we are really doing well. So I'm just gonna drop that right back in there. Meanwhile, this one needed to be 100. And I suspect it's going to be like 60 or 80 or something like that. It's 93. It's like 2 chunks of ore shy of what it needs to be. So like literally I could do that and probably kick it back out and it will probably be 100 or like 96 or something. But the good news is once again another drill in here. 96. Alright, so we'll just see if I can't knock out one of these other missions, and by the time we get back, we should have enough for another drill. And you're all still running, that's good. Is there one of these we can knock out relatively easy? You want a 45 weight gold bar. That should be entirely manageable. So let's go ahead and get a gold bar out of here. Check its weight, and I need to get it to, it could be 45 or anything over that. It is currently 1,400. Okay, so that'll make it 700, 350, 175, about 85 or something like that. So somewhere around that top bar should be about right. So drop you, drop you, drop you, drop you, drop you. 46. Boom. So drop that. And now I can grab this quest, and I'll just... The way I organize this is I literally just take the item that they want, and I take the quest, and I drop them on top of each other. Alright. Which others can we knock out really easy? Do I end up breaking? Which makes them really a pain to deal with. Honestly, let's put the hardstone back in here. Oh, right. I'm going to need to... Wait, are you set to 1,000? Oh, geez. Yeah, we'll just sell the hardstone. That takes care of that. Alright, so we've got a sapphire that is 16 in weight. Those are my sapphires. Alright, so... this would be 40, about 20. And that's close enough for me. Cool. So we're turning in all of the quests for the Scout Guild tokens. Okay. So there's the Sapphire for 16. And you want a 14 Sapphire. I should have paid attention. There is one of these that should also be about 6, you know, a little bit over. Nope, that's the bigger of the two. So this one will be a little bit too big, but that's okay. That's fine. They're getting a little extra sapphire than they wanted. I could fight with it to try and get the small amount, have to like chip it down like 2-3 times and then, you know, get the right pieces together. and then combine them. But honestly, it's not worth the effort. Alright, and that leaves us with one more I could do right now, which is I need 6.5 weight worth of emerald and 46 iron bar. Let's do the 6.5 emerald first. So, hey, emerald. Okay, 6.5. Alright. So this will be 65, 32.5, 15 and some change, 12, and then we'll go with that. Too small. Okay, so grab you two. You two I need to mush together, and now give me about the weight I need. Actually, will that give me the weight I need? Yeah, give me the weight I need. Okay. That's one. Hey, Swarm, how's it going? You played Hydroneer, but not a ton. Question about the DLC, is it playable right off the bat? Yes. Literally when you go to the new location, you don't get to keep anything from your other one. If you try and take it on, like there's a barrier you can't get past. So there's literally no benefit in doing it on existing versus a new save. That said, there's like no harm in doing an existing versus a new save either. All you have to do is there's a boat they added to the map. That boat has what you need. Okay, so this should be heavy enough now, so let's plunk that down there. Meanwhile, all these can go back in. One of the things I might add, and it probably won't be when I add to this setup, it'll probably be when I go to move to a new location, is a, like, return to stock kind of conveyor belt. Like, so I have a conveyor belt, like, right here that I just drop it on and it'll make sure it gets where it's supposed to be. Alright, so now I need a 46 weight iron bar. This'll be fun. So we need 46 weight. Okay. Alright, so 1,350, 675, like, 335, 150 and some change, 75, like 39 or something like that. Let's see what that top bar. I think the top bar is gonna be too small.
Huh?
Ever so slightly. And which one's the lighter one?
Huh?
Honestly, I should just be able to run over here. Because it's already going to have more in it. Spit it right back out immediately and see what our weight is. Because it could be heavier. It can't be lighter, though. I'm going to go with it. I'm giving them a lot more iron than they're supposed to have. So if I put this on, will it be smart enough to sort that? It's way too late in the process. What am I doing? I'm assuming it won't sort this, that it won't detect it as iron, but we'll see. I'm just curious. Because if it does, that makes my life easy. It does not. I figured as much, but, you know, there's only one way to find out. Okay. I do wonder. So I'm suspecting if I have two things on the filter, I don't remember if it just stops working or if it'll fit anything that's on, you know, filter anything on there. So again, let's test. So that's first, that's not the right place. So it is filtering there. So now let's try putting an iron bar on here. Okay, so it does work. Cool. So in that case, I've got myself a place for... like when I do this... I can just chuck it all over here on the conveyor belt and it will sort itself out. Okay. Cool. So with all that said, what I do now is find a ring. Plunk these down here. And what I recall I need to do is I need to take this into the cauldron. And then while it's still hot... Try it again, it was too slow. I'm not sure where to hit this. I don't remember having a huge amount of issue doing this in the past. Am I not doing this right? Because I'm pretty sure it was you put the gem there, you put the bar there. The bar needs to be still hot. And then you bang it with the blacksmith's hammer. I don't think you have to lock it down or anything. And I remember it being a little finicky about positioning, but I don't remember it being that bad. Place the dot on the bar. Yeah. Let's try this again. Yeah, so it won't let me click here. And it specifically says iron. I don't know why it's fighting me. Yeah, it definitely doesn't let me click on the thing. But if I try and do it on the anvil, it doesn't work. I don't think it's because it's cooling off too much, too fast. I don't know. Because I do remember the bar had to be hot, but... Alright, one of the things we could try doing... is let's pick you up. install you right there. Okay, so drop you in there. Let's scooch this down here just so it doesn't obstruct. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, you know what? That's not how this works. You go like this. That's right. You put the bar itself in there and let it get piping hot. And then you hit the anvil. Okay. So that's right. You have to actually take the thing and do that directly. So the order of operations is wrong on my part. Okay, so there's the ring. And that's every single one of the blueprints we have there. And meanwhile, I should have enough iron and cloudium or whatever it is to make the drill. So let's drop that in the corner over there. And drop this with it. And it's time to do some errands. Alright, so we're going to start by just running up here and getting our drill sorted real fast. And then we'll do our tour of turning in stuff. It is really a shame that there isn't a way to be like, okay, can I get, you know, you have all your different stuff to do. Like, can I get, like, you know, a list of all the tasks I have agreed to somewhere? Generally speaking, the game doesn't put a lot of stuff on your UI. It goes for a more simplified approach of, like, they're just on the objects themselves, so you have to manage them. Which I think is actually fine. But there's definitely times where I'm like, look, man, I just want to know how many things I need to turn into New Haven, so I don't turn everything in that I spot, and then I end up being short on some of them. But that shouldn't be too bad, because you just go to New Haven, do a lap around the circle, and then go from there. Give you a book you can put the tasks in. I could go for something like that, just some type of tasks storage thing. Physics when your wheels aren't down get weird. Okay, so let's try again at making this thing. Just bathing that ourselves. And we got ourselves a brand new drill.
Huh? Huh?
Oh, it already spat out what was left. So that gives me a giant bar of iron to sell. And I keep accidentally hitting the button to get in as opposed to the button to do stuff. And then not enough cloudium to be worth selling, and plus it's going to be my bottleneck for getting more drills, so I'll drop that. And so our first stop... And I'm going to drive off this again. just as the heads up. And our first stop is going to be just to ditch the drill real fast. What's with the sticker and the subathon? Sorry if you answered right. No problem. So basically, subathons are things that we do, like, it's a normal thing on Twitch that happens, usually for, like, celebrating things like birthdays or anniversaries, those kind of things. But the idea behind it is if you notice there's a timer counting down in the top left corner of the screen, basically what happens is every single time someone throws, you know, a sub or bits or any type of support on the channel, so far as, like, financial support on the channel, that timer goes up. I should probably make a button for it on my stream deck. But, you know, basically, like, the more people throw, the more the timer goes up. And the idea is I stream extended hours until that timer runs down. Everyone runs it a little bit different, but for me, I still do let myself get, like, 8 hours of night, you know, sleep a night and all that, but pretty much it's wake up, shower, and then, you know, get right back into stream and all that.
Like this.
Yep, and so Strider threw another 500 biddies at the channel, so that's super duper appreciated. So let me go ahead and jot that down. I'm doing the jotting this stuff down to record keep, to make sure if anything goes wrong, we're still good. So that's 5 Lego pieces IO, and that adds another $5 on to our total that we've raised so far, which it is being raised to financially support me. It's not a charity thing. So
Thank you, Newfie Edge, for gifting a sub to Stealth CT.
alright, so it's 2 tier 1 gifted subs. Give it a second to actually play the second one.
Thank you, Newfie Edge, for gifting a sub to lilypad_SPL.
So thank you, Newfie Edge, for gifting 2 subs a channel, so Stealth CT and Lilypad SPL. You now have yourself some nice advertising free viewing, as well as access to the emotes and all that good stuff. And that adds another 10. So that does push us over, like, another one of the thresholds. So what does happen is for every $10, I either do a silly hat, a spicy bean, or a meme sticker. So you can choose any of those 3 things as the one who pushed us over the $10. Would you rather I switch up the silly hat, put another sticker on my face, or eat another habanero jelly bean? And then for Strider, you pushed us over another 25. So I'm going to have to do some sit-ups, push-ups, or whatever. So I'm going to go ahead and knock out 10 sit-ups real fast. All right, I'll do the jelly bean when I get back so you can get the whole feel. So I'm going to quickly take 2 seconds, do those 10 sit-ups I need, and I'll be right back. Okay, so there's the 10 sit-ups done. I know I don't have a camera for it. The camera I was using for that in the past is currently pointing at the Lego set, so I only have so many. So we got our habanero jelly bean. Now what we've learned from the jelly beans is they do take a little while to warm up. So if you don't see, like, the immediate, like, visceral reaction, give it a minute. The first one so far has been the worst. The second was pretty mild. And that's our third one, which is just giving me a little bit of a throat burn so far. But we'll see. If they end up being underwhelming, I don't know. It's not time to plan something else. So that's to be sold here. And yeah, this is to be sold as well. Do you like those jelly beans? Never heard of them. I do like them. 57,000. So we're good on money for a while. But yeah, no, they're pretty good. So I'm a little disappointed for habanero. They do not taste at all like habanero. But it is one of those things that, like, it tastes like a normal jelly bean. And then after, like, a minute or two, you're like, oh, that's hot. All right.
Hey, lad.
Where's the one who had the stuff they wanted?
Give me this, and I'll give you my tokens.
What's your name, dude? Your name is Winsel? Okay. So this is yours.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mentioned progression-wise, as you go through, it starts being less and less just about...
I'd like you to make me something.
less and less about straight-up cash. And more about our things.
You reckon you could get this for me?
Okay. All right. What just happened? Oh, you added the command and then you deleted the spam the command did. I understand. I just saw like the deleted message, like why do you not delete their own message? I'm so confused. You're the only hot one, Rar. Sorry, I had to go there. It's appreciated. Alright, so we turned in the quest there. Added command timer. Yeah, if you need me to do anything at my end, I can go ahead and sort it out. Alright, so we're going to drive over here to New Haven, drop these off. But I appreciate that. That'll make it way easier for me. Yep, because as you're probably noticing there, I have made it so if you have your own sub or you upgrade your sub, it counts for more time, and that's just because they're doing the plus push. So basically I took the normal amount I give for all these things for a streamathon, subathon kind of thing. And if it is your own sub, I'm doubling the value. So it's not that I'm cheaping out on like gifted subs so much as I'm boosting self subs. Alright, so we're looking for anyone who has quest stuff, because it means I probably have it in here.
I don't suppose you can grab me this.
Alright, so you have the ring. I only made one ring, so this is yours. That is the gold ore, that is not a ring. There's the ring.
Thank you.
All right.
I'd like you to make me something.
You'd like me to make you something. And by make you something, they actually mean just give you a chunk of ore. Yeah, no, I understand. Like, it's only so much you can cut it down.
Thanks. I'm well chuffed.
I still don't know what well chuffed means. I still feel like people don't, in normal language, say well chuffed. I could be wrong, but also...
I don't suppose you can grab me this?
All right.
I don't suppose suppose you could grab me this.
Oh yeah, I have a gold bar around here somewhere that was that weight. There we go.
Thank you.
So when we hit 100 cumulative, and that's like every bit donation, all that kind of stuff combined, whenever we cross 100 bucks, I will do a tier list. That I will pull up a website that has tier lists, and we'll just do a tier list off the website. Because that's something I've had people joke about I could, should do on the channel, so I was like, yeah, we could do that. Which I will absolutely be down to take suggestions for it.
I'd like you to make me something.
Okay, so you are in Shattered Outpost, and you are in Newglade here somewhere. Okay. Oh, there you are. You're in the corner here? That you
Give me
right?
this, and I'll give
Nope.
you my tokens.
That is not the new one.
Huh?
Somewhere here is a person who wanted a gold nugget.
I need something specific.
I'll trade you for some guild tokens.
Okay, there's the one who wanted the gold nugget. Hellman smash or pass? I don't even know what
Give
you're
me
saying.
this, and I'll give you my token.
Thanks. I'm well chuffed.
And if you give the person the wrong thing or it's too light, they throw it at you. It's like, hey, come on, man. I'll just stack that later. Okay, so with that, we've done all of these, and then I've got a sapphire to turn in at Shattered Outpost. Shattered Outpost was way back, wasn't it? Shattered Outpost is like the opposite side of the map. Okay. Palman? Oh, I've never played Pal World, so every single answer would be, I haven't played the game. Which is part of the reason I will be, like, weighing in a bit on what's going on. Alright. I do think it's probably worthwhile that I go to Burnville, then... Let's go down towards Burnville. But yeah, and that's the reasons I'm not just gonna have people be able to, like, unilaterally choose which one I do. Because there's gonna be certain ones, like, if you pulled up, like, an anime list of, like, all the ones you've played or whatever, or, like, Pal World or whatever, I do watch some anime, but as far as, like, the wide variety of anime there, I've barely touched what's out there. So the vast majority of the answers would be, I haven't seen it, I haven't seen it, I haven't seen it. And so you'd have a result that's like, 5-10 being like, this is really good, this is kind of mid, and then just a whole lot of, I haven't seen it. Versus stuff like, different foods, have you tried them, that kind of thing. At least most of those, they'd be like, oh yeah, I've tried that, it's good, or whatever. Or like veggie tier list, or even like television show tier list, whatever you want to say. There would at least be a lot of things I could add. I do see a fossil over there. It's interesting that they're like, there's no water here, and it's distinctly surrounded by water. I was just trying to look if you smash or pass. I'm assuming smash in this context is... I probably want to leave it alone. But yeah. No, we'll come up with some fun stuff. There's plenty of options. Like, there's plenty of options related to, like, food and game IPs and movies and all sorts of stuff we could do. Yeah, so we found ourselves another fossil. Okay, so you sell conveyors. Wait, actually, what's that? Oh, that's right. I forgot how useful the logic saw hook is later. Basically what happens is, you know how I've been saying they're like splitting the logs again and again till they get to the size I want them? With the saw, what you could do is say, I want this to pop out at 40. And when it goes through, it'll split, you know, split it between 40 or whatever. Meanwhile, I believe you want the sapphire.
I'd like you to make me something.
Oh, no, wait, that's right. You go to Shatterlands. You have some new work for me. So it's a big, heavy gold bar. That's fine. So let's check the next location to go, because we're just going to grab more of the things we need to do. So honestly, it's going down to the Shattered Outpost. Let's also take a look at what is at Mott's Island. Because we didn't do that before, and I suspect that's where we use our guild/scout tokens or whatever. And that'd be a good way to gauge like how much I should be trying to collect and all that kind of stuff. So I'm gonna go back into the foggy part of the island. So we're turning right up ahead. Because it'll also probably mean we might be able to get ourselves some extra objectives to do. And there's another fossil. Archaeology is so easy in this world. You literally just drive around and pick up ancient artifacts. Actually, I guess this would be paleontology? Because it's dinosaur bones? And of course, we have not documented where we found any of it, what state it's in, what's around it. We just yanked it out of the ground and went, money. Pretty sure that's the road. Just trying to watch around to the side, see if we can't find any more fossils. Yeah, so it is interesting how difficult they make it to make out the road. It feels like this whole area of the island has next to nothing at it. It would be interesting if there's like a giant area you can work in over here or something like that. Can I now have the vehicle on here? It's got a red signal here, but also it has a drawer that looks like it wants to accept something. It might be that I have to get like a pass or something to be able to use this. Have you gotten the curved weapon rack to work? I haven't tried to use it. Yes, there's clearly something else I have to do here, like something I have to fix or service or whatever. Before that works. That does mean we are on our way to Shattered, I believe. So I'd really expected to go to the other island, but I guess not. It does seem like something you would potentially have to unlock. We are getting low on fuel. I do have a bucket of lava to give us a little extra. But it's only going to get me so far before I have to top off again. I do probably just need to take the time to build the one spot of spare lava pipe that's just high enough in the air to basically have a drip feed I can turn on. So that anytime I pull my truck over there, I can just open the drip feed to top off so I don't have to manually do it. That's okay, we're about to reach town now. Alright.
I don't suppose you can grab me this.
I can.
Thank you.
So still no idea where any of this stuff goes. Like I said, I'm guessing it's the other island. Alright, there's a good chance I'll have to circle back to this location later. Like, get more quests and all that to potentially unlock things. If it's the weapon rack, it may be limited to weapons you craft only. So like swords and daggers and nonsense. As opposed to, you know, other materials and all that. Right, let's get back home before this thing runs out. You thought it worked like a tool rack? No. If it's anything like the original without the DLC thing, like the tool rack is specifically for tools and the weapon rack is specifically for weapons, that kind of thing. Alright, and we're back here. We already dropped off the drill for perm earlier. Let's top off our engine real fast because I will absolutely forget about it otherwise. All right. And we can just tuck this in the back here. That's not actually how I wanted to do this, but I do that all the time. Okay, so we're going to put this up on the board. We're going to repair those things to get them back online. Please tell me that wasn't my last repair kit. It probably was. It's looking like it is. Alright, so that means I need to run out and grab more repair kits. But first, let's go ahead and put these up. I'm not going to worry about actually completing these right now. Just get them up there. Just so they're not piled in the back of the truck. Okay. And I still haven't bought the magnifying glass, that's one thing. I also think before I run to do that, let's see if we can't wire up the new drill. That way if I need more pipe or anything like that, we can figure it out. Let's grab the new drill. Should be right over here. So I need a T and an elbow. Actually, I just need a T. Couple elbows over there. Straight pipe there. Straight over there. Okay. So I need to get some T's. Cool. That's the reason I want to run down there first. And I'm not worried about money right now because I have an unreasonable amount of it. Which is exactly what I want. What do you guys think? Panda Express or Taco Bell? That depends on your mood. Because both of those I'm like personally I enjoy. That said, I will say usually get a lot more with Panda Express. And definitely between the two of them when it comes to food quality wise, Panda Express I would definitely say is higher. Which is not saying a whole lot when the competition is Taco Bell. But I do enjoy Panda Express. Taco Bell is I don't have time, is usually what that one is. I don't have time, just gib.
Huh?
Alright, let's put more fossils away. Has you never even heard about Panda Express? You also have not tried both of them? Yeah, so Panda Express is like, it's like, it's not necessarily takeout Chinese. It's kind of somewhere in between.
Bones. Don't forget to put them in the box.
I have no idea how close I've gotten to finishing that. But, it's one of those things that's like, if you've ever heard of like, Asian Chow, it's the same type of thing. It's just kind of like a fast casual, a Chinese, like fast casual Chinese kind of thing. Basically steakhouse Chinese? No, it's just fast casual. There's a bunch of groups in that space, like Asian Chow, Panda Express. There's one that's more Japanese stuff, but it's still very heavily Americanized Chinese food. Similar to stuff you'd get with like Chinese takeout, but you know, you go in there, you can get your stuff, eat it there, and they'll usually have like combination kind of things. So let's grab a bunch of these. Looked like we were getting pretty low on the straight pipe, so I'll grab some of those as well. Now, are you the one that had the magnifying glass? Yep, I don't have one of those, so let's grab that. I think we're good with all the rest of this stuff for the moment. Oh yeah, I want one more of those. I think that's all good. Now you want to go right up here and back into this spot for the repair kits. Yeah, no, it's I've not been to Australia, but my understanding from what I've been told is Americanized Chinese and like Australianized Chinese are similar ideas in that, like, you know, the amount of meat you're getting in your portions is pretty generous compared to what, you know, is actually authentic Chinese. That said, I understand it's a lot easier to get authentic Chinese in Australia than it is here. Because it's pretty hard in the States to get authentic stuff, which a big part of that is it doesn't really align with the types of things that a lot of people eat here. So it is one thing you'll find with a lot of places. One of the difficulties of finding, you know, truly authentic stuff is they do adapt and cater towards, you know, whatever the audience is, wherever they're going, because that's how you succeed as a business. Because when people say like Chinese food in the US, they're usually thinking the Americanized Chinese food. I'll just run this. Was it you who went to New Zealand? Yes. The food in New Zealand, which I was pretty much almost exclusively in the Auckland area, but the like all like that entire part of the world's culture, like we went to a place that had pretty much everyone there. And it was very different than you get here, which I appreciate, because it's I actually joke about how the fact that so much of the food here in the US is like, what if normal food but sugar? And you're like, but why? Why does my bread have almost as much sugar as a brownie in it? I don't understand. I'm exaggerating a bit. But yeah. New Zealand and Aussie have a lot in common. Yeah, no, I figured as much.
I'll trade ya for some guild tokens.
Okay. You just got Noita 60% off. That's pretty good. Noita's a really good game. It's a roguelite style game. It's really solid. Okay, so we were going this way, I believe. The tier 1 store. Okay, were any new things here I needed? I still don't understand why I would buy those. Ah, dull ice pick masterwork design. Weird. So it is a masterwork dull pick. I understand. I don't get why I would do it, but I do understand what it is now. Because I was saying there earlier, it's like, but if I could just buy the thing and it doesn't wear out. Yeah, because that's a dull ice pick, and that's a dull ice pick masterwork. I was expecting it to not say dull, is all. Like, I was expecting it to be like dull ice pick, and then like sharp ice pick. I mean, it's fine. I have enough money to bury entire things alive. So that doesn't really give me anything new I needed here. But that's fine. Right, the thing is like, oh, I need the conveyor. That's a different town. That's right. That's fine. I can worry about that later. It's still tier 1? Yeah, that's fine. I'm honestly not too worried about it. It's something I don't own. I can just chuck it up there. It didn't cost hardly anything. Like, the last time we sold gold, we put ourselves like 65,000 or whatever, so we're good. What a lovely and safe place to live. Yeah, absolutely. We do not need to worry about air quality at all from the volcano spewing forth ash at all hours of every single day. That definitely just goes up and does not come down and, you know, pollute the area. Hey, FNT, how's it going? Okay. So, I don't have the conveyor belts I need to operate this yet. But we'll probably put that there. Yeah, so we still just got a couple of opals. Let's get the system back online real fast. Let's grab all these repair kits. Okay. What is this game? This game is Hydroneer. The gist of the game is it is what is referred to as a logistics automation game. So like Factorio, Satisfactory, those style of games. The difference with this one is this one has a lot more involvement with its like physics being enabled. It lets you do some pretty janky things, but it's a lot more around like prospecting and like gold mining and jewels mining and all that kind of stuff. And that the thing you use to power your stuff is liquids, like in this case lava, but also water and whatnot. So it's a lot more on that. The scale of what you set up in this aren't as big as Satisfactory and all them, but I don't necessarily see that as a bad thing, in that like you kind of try and do a lot more interesting things for like what handful of things you are producing. There's also a more, I would say the progression in this seems to be more straightforward. And then plus, in this game, you have effectively what are like quests, missions, whatever you want to call them. Alright, so just unloading the truck real fast. Okay, so let's go ahead and run down here. No, don't take that away. Alright, so grab you. Put you there. And that is another drill online. So we've increased our throughput on our production by about 50%. Let's go grab our hammer and tap that all in so it can't get, you know, loose on us again. Meanwhile. Wait a second. Now we're actually increased 50%. We were actually exactly where we left off because I accidentally unwired one of the pieces. Okay, cool. All right. Deep fried pizza's a thing in Scotland? I could see that. I think I'd rather have not deep fried pizzas as much as I like deep fried stuff. I'm definitely not the kind of person who goes for everything deep fried kind of bit. Wait a second. Okay, it is still empty. Alright, because we're still waiting to get some core ore. We got like one little chunk of it way early on, but we don't have that. Let's see where we're at so far as getting our next drill. I suspect we're nowhere near what I need for it. Ah, 7.37. Real good progress there. I need 100 per drill. That said, I'm pretty sure what happened is I walked away from the system, and it, like, you know, went offline right then there. So collected, we've got 16. Okay, so I'm gonna take that tiny little bit and put it there as well, so that I don't have to walk the whole way around to... you know, do this. So I don't have to climb over anything. We effectively have like an input belt. Where are the subscribers? Oh, I primarily stream on Twitch. So where on Twitch we have about 80 people hanging out. YouTube I just don't have nearly as many viewers. It's just a lot of my format isn't as well suited for YouTube, unfortunately. But it is well suited for Twitch. Just different places have different expectations, different audiences. You like to try a deep fried Mars bar? Yeah, I haven't done that one. I've seen a lot of stuff, like you can get fried ice cream, which is not deep fried, it's a totally different process. Alright. But, there's a lot to go there. Okay, so with this, we are waiting on getting more Cloudium. We do have the 3 running now. In the meantime, I could hollow out more space down below to make my life easier. So when it comes to setting up more drills, I don't have to wiggle around this place nearly as much. Alright. The one time you made a deep fried Boston cream roll, had a sugar rush for a few hours afterwards. We do it again? That doesn't sound bad. Oh, I see why you should make the masterwork tools even for tier 1. Well, yeah, the implication being masterwork is that it would do a whole lot of stuff. I think the ones you buy have a negative speed and AoE modifier. Gotcha, that makes sense. Usually it always is, like, if they have one with a better name, it's gonna have some noticeable improvement. So I want to say, if we check those tools, I think they only needed iron, which means I should just have everything I need to do it. Yeah, so you just need a little iron, and you just need a little iron. So let's go do that. Because we're waiting on the Cloudium anyways. There's going to be more than enough for this. So you just chuck this on the back. Upgrade our tools real fast. And carry on with that. And tools don't usually wear out, so we could just get it done in one. It would be a bit of a bummer if they do wear out. I would honestly see that as a big negative as far as the things they've got going on. Like, I don't mind that we have to, like, craft up more and more drills and all that. But, it actually does get tiresome in games where it's, like, keep repairing your tools again and again. Because it feels like it's just artificially extending the length of the game by making your stuff break constantly. Hey, Bentley, how's it going? I'm doing pretty good. Cough, cough. Tears of Kingdom, Breath of the Wild. Yeah. Oh, there's a whole bunch, like, there's a whole bunch of games that are like, your stuff should have durability. And sometimes, like, the nature of the game, it makes sense. Like, I feel like Project Zomboid having durability makes sense because you can find the stuff very regularly. So, sure. Then there's absolutely stuff you're like, no, but really, this is just tedious and annoying. Like, it's just extra effort. Or there's also, I found I don't mind a lot of games where your tools and stuff have durability, but then you just go back to the repair bench and you don't even have to like hit a button to repair it. It just does. I find those to be pretty reasonable. Like, it's a thing to kind of limit how long you can be out and about. Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah, and I think Minecraft is one of the ones who popularized the idea of, like, your tools wearing out and needing to be replaced. Because that's just the way it used to work. I know they changed a lot of that with the enchants and all that kind of stuff. But I do know for the longest time, you'd get your iron pickaxe, it would break, and you'd have to get another iron pickaxe, and it would break, and you'd get an iron pickaxe, it would break. You get yourself a diamond pickaxe, it's like, don't waste this. Like, use it on something meaningful. And it would break. And like in that one, it just straight up deleted them when they broke. And I know it changed over the years. I don't know what it's at now, but that was all right in the game because that was like a main core thing. Like the only one you felt bad about was something like the diamond because sometimes getting diamond, you just had other things you wanted to use it for. Okay, so let's see here. So that just has a 1 next to it. Versus, let's compare. So they're identical models, but yeah, this one has 3 skulls. Whereas this one does not. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to chuck that in there. I didn't think it was going to do anything. For right now, I'm just going to shove this way off to the side. Think you make stuff unbreakable in Minecraft now? I figured probably as much. It's just probably you have to like go out of your way to get like good enchanting materials and all that. Which I think is totally fair. But yeah. Now it's definitely one of those things that I would get tired of being like, I'm trying to work on this, oh I broke my really good tools. Let me just go ahead and stop what I'm doing to go get more stuff for good tools. Alright, so this is our good pickaxe. So it's definitely faster. It probably does have a bigger radius, but without comparing side by side, it's hard to tell. But yeah, no, it definitely feels fast. Like, it's definitely better. It's just, like, actually quantifying how much better is a little tricky. But all I've been trying to do is just make the area a little bit wider because we're going to add more drills in here and all that. So at some point I will have to pick away at this. This is probably the reason why when you're messing with the what's the word? the spade and all that, and you're like, oh, this is way better. You should just use this. I'm willing to bet like the crappiest spade versus the crappiest pickaxe. Yeah, the spade wins. But as you upgrade it, getting things situated for the spade to be better, or to be better, the pickaxe makes up for it by just being faster later. Even if you can just like hit a button and the voxel is like sorted. All right. Okay, so I'm gonna carve out a bit more space on this side. So I've got room for another line of drills. Alright, is that tomb home already? Oh man, time passes so fast. You play this game and you're just like, oh, it's probably like 8, and you look, it's like 9:30, and you're like, oh my. That's fine, but that does mean I'm gonna end up taking here a break for just a couple minutes, welcome my wife home, figure out what her dinner plan is, which is probably just tossing something in the oven and whatnot. She probably has already started it, which I feel slightly guilty about because, she's been at work all day. And while I do understand I am, streaming now and this is my job, it's still one of those things that I don't have to go into the office or kind of thing. I work from home. So it does mean it is more convenient for me to deal with. So I'm going to do real fast is I'm going to leave it running, which means these fuses are going to absolutely blow. But it will go ahead and get us a little bit more progress in the meantime. I'm not going to sit here with like 5 minutes of just watching this. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put up the away screen for a couple minutes, run down, welcome my wife home, and get some food going and all that sort of stuff. And I'll be back in just a couple minutes. So thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be back here in just a few minutes.
Thank you.
Then you throw your balls at it. We're just going to see if our Nimble 5 will carry us through. Now, our hope is that we actually got the zombies off the car. Look, I really want to make this work, but you're gonna have to cooperate with me a little bit. Bang it hard. That's my strategy. I've cursed myself by putting that in. Oh god, what's happening? Yeah, that's That's how that works. Start blasting if the situation permits, and then drop the gun again, and just repeat that process as we play through. Ponzang, I've only killed about 32,000 zombies in my game. And I have more than 40 crowbars, just own hundreds of blades now, and I know what I'm doing. Only I'm a bit clumsy and I cut myself all the time. I need a potion to heal my injured fingers. I won't be able to work. I mean, I should probably give you a stone skin potion to go with that, because that seems like a thing a stone skin potion would help with. Alright, so you're getting this potion because it can make it easy. All that. He goes, let me guess. you keep trying to get these replaced, and they keep telling you no, and so you're trying to like keep these things alive that much longer on life support, and just waiting for the whole thing to burn down around you before something changes. It's like, yeah, pretty much. Okay, and he walked out of the interview and didn't come back or call back or anything. He just was gone. It's like, hey, I'm not gonna lie to the guy. It's like, there's not a piece of equipment in here that's under 5 years old, and the only one that's in that area is really going, you know what? That's gonna be an immediate problem. I can't move. I am physically one with the emeralds. The emeralds are me. I am the emerald. Help. I regret this decision. Unstuck. That's not what I want. Oh, that's sure, I'll take it. Yeah, I totally meant to do that. None of that was an absolute accident. 100% calculated. I appreciate the love, but you are actually starting to. I'm gonna have to put the wood axe down for a minute. You're giving me so many weapons. I'm being. Oh goodness. All right. Undead Baron, getting their sweet, sweet justice. All right, so that's the first death. Kids are such easy to become friends. Besides, we all know between Devin and Bronson, which of these two is the cooler one. Why are your arms doing the things? Please, Devin, I'm gonna have to ask you to leave. We require everyone to follow human anatomy. You know that wreck? That wreck I mentioned? You might get to keep that wreck. I think that wreck belongs to you. I'll let him know, chat.
Warning. Maximum depth reached. Hull damage imminent.
Don't tell him, chat. He thinks we're leaving. He thinks we're leaving, chat. He'll never know. I think he knows. I'm pretty sure he very much knows. Oh, you scared the crap out of me, Sand Shark. That is a fun sticker placement. Oh, that's almost as upsetting, actually. I think we are doing the trap. Like... What? What? We just straight up got a mage blood from I don't even know where. It was just some random unique we found. That thing's like in bedrooms. But unfortunately just don't have the block to do it. But yeah, that's the thing, Raiders. As a reminder for everyone who's popping in, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. My main game is Project Zomboid, which I play 4 days a week. I used to hold the record for the highest kill count run ever streamed, and that is my claim to fame, which is why I keep saying it. Otherwise, we do play a variety of games, but currently the big thing we're doing is we are doing the Rimworld Hot Potato. It is going... So this is going to be a freezer eventually when I have electricity, and the double thick walls make it so it loses temperature slower, which is the other reason I have like kind of the airlock here. It's the same idea. That way when we put stuff in here and we have the cold, the ACs don't have to work as hard to keep it, you know, below zero. We'll keep it frozen. Alright, so we finished another room. Let's just embrace... Plus, we did find a grappling arm down there, and the prawn suit, and the drill arm. So my hope is I'll be able to snag a, Hi! Nightmares. Alright, take it easy. Oh, you go home. Hi. Well, I found the bomb. I thought that bomb was going to be the treasure chest. I was not anticipating a bomb on a button. Alright, let's open the door behind us. That's not the way I wanted to run. I wanted to run back this. I'll permit you. And, yeah. That hurts. Oh, right. And I am back. I think I heard bits when I stepped away. No? Oh, I bet you it was just in one of the clips. Someone probably gave me bits. I was just checking the activity feed to make sure I didn't miss anything. So if I catch up to where we left off, so we had the 2 gifted subs, the 500 bits, and I think Roots Twigs 200 bits that I owe. So I owe 9 Lego pieces. So let me go get those Lego pieces knocked out real fast before we get back into this properly. But thank you for your patience and all that with me. We're gonna take care of that. Where is the R thing? Oh, it's already at this step? Okay. So I am down there, which I believe was the last part of this step, wasn't it? Yes. Okay, so let's go ahead and grab our next piece. I need you. And you. So I have 9 to do. So this is 1. And then 2. And then we have 3, 4. I'm sorry, it's not really in camera, I apologize. This is normally not zoomed in this far. Then we need the sticker, which will not be in frame because I can't put stickers while in frame. Just had to reach too far ahead of me. Much better sticker job this time. And you go this way, so that's 5. Grab that. And so with this we have 6. 7. 8. And 9. Cool. And so with that, turn the other way. Yeah, no, it's the thing, the camera zoom every single time we get like a Windows update or whatever, it forgets its settings, which breaks everything. Which it's on the camera forgetting, well, it's either camera or OBS, I actually don't know which one's at fault. But it's on them that why does its settings reset every time with OBS, because, or sorry, with Windows? Because, I mean, one would assume those settings are in OBS or the camera itself. So I would blame the hardware, like again, I don't know if it's in the camera or whichever side it's in. Did you literally go like 2 seconds and then break again? All right, we grabbed the magnifying glass. So let's get that taken care of. Okay, so that filter up top is right about to break anyways. Cool. Because now I can actually go in there and check. Okay. I never walked through how this thing works, but if you're wondering how this is working, if you look directly below me, that circle isn't a circle, that's a 0. So I put my mouse over, it says that's at 96% durability, that's at 77, that's at 100, 95, 98. So there's that. But the entire way this factory works, because I should be stepping through like this, is we have these drills. So the drills, they spit out the ore that's below them on the conveyor belt. This thing takes it and centers it so it doesn't fall off the sides. It drops into this, which converts it from stone and ice chunks into the various ores. This centers them again. That will polish any gemstones that come through there. And then what ends up happening here is these things with the pads on top. What this pad says is anything that is that type, whatever I put on the pad, go ahead and push it off the side. If it's not, keep going. So I've got a gold nugget here, so when you see this gold nugget there, it'll go there, switch off that side, and fall into the smelter. You get the idea. And this is just a whole bunch of filters that push every material, like gems and all those, in their respective containers. And then if something gets through that is none of those things, it goes here into the bucket at the end. And for what happens here is you can see all those things fall in, they're smelted, and then I can hit a button to make a bar there. That's all those. These go into these containers. If I hit that lever, it squishes them all into one gemstone. That's absolutely how those work. Let's see, surprised you haven't invested in auto run setup. Yeah, I need to do that, where you set up all your logic circuits to automatically repair stuff. We'll do that as well. Now, the next thing that's part of the DLC is you'll notice I've got another mining drill here, and it's just spitting ice into this container. That's because I need water to run the conveyor belts. So, to power my drills, I'm pumping lava up. This just turns the lava flow on and off. These filters mean it won't damage my later equipment, instead it damages the filters. So it just makes it easier to maintain. But this has the lava that flows through it. And basically all I need to think about is that, think of it like electricity. Anything that's plugged into the lava pipes that accepts lava will run. Whereas otherwise it won't. So it's not those things you have to worry about too much stats. There is the idea of pressure in the game. But it's mostly in practice. You just go until stuff doesn't run right. And then you grab this thing and it lets you increase the pressure. And then separately we have water, which again, this melts the snow and it goes to the water pipe. It works the exact same as the lava. It's running my conveyor belts. So that's just that bronze colored pipe you see cutting through all those conveyor belts is what makes those run. So it's kind of easy to look at with your eye and be like, I understand what's happening here. Yeah, it's like Satisfactory with its pipes, but Satisfactory keeps track of a couple more stats that this game doesn't. Like Satisfactory, you have like how much water is in the pipe, how fast it's going. Yeah, if we want to set up an automated repair setup, I need one sensor that looks at this and says like what durability is, and then I need a separate thing that then repairs.
Thank you Exercise for subscribing for 15 months.
All right,
blah,
that
blah blah get dem plus.
Yep, so that's a tier 3 that you got for yourself, so I need to add an extra 30 minutes onto the timer in addition to what was automatically added. So there we go. So to clarify that, so the 30 minutes for it being a tier 3 in general got added automatically, but I had to manually add the extra 30 minutes because it was a self-sub. Yep, we are doing a streamathon today. And what that does mean is because we cross, so it's tier 3 for yourself. And that's $30 more. That puts us to this. There's nothing to apologize for. So we do have a couple things that happen at this point. And the first one is we have unlocked our first tier list. Would you rather I put a meme sticker on my face, switch my hat, or eat a spicy jelly bean? And I owe a round of exercises. So what we will do is while you decide which of those 3 things you want, I'm going to quickly knock out a set of squats, and I'll be right back. And then we'll figure out our tier list. Okay. Oh, they're working? In that case, let's swap the hat. I've been wearing this one for a while. Oh, it's not working with the green screen. I'll do a different hat. The hat's supposed to be completely transparent, but with the green screen, it's not quite enough to be transparent this time. That's fine. Okay, so we've got that. And we have unlocked a tier list. So I am open to suggestions for the tier list. But in the meanwhile, let me see what I can find in a quick hurry. So, tier list, because I remember looking these up yesterday. Hat for the channel pick? No, actually, I've got a different hat. The hat for the channel is the gray. I actually do have a scarf. But I do actually have a gray hat as well. This, like, for the record, other than the gray hat, these are all Tombs. She likes to collect hats. So, for the tier list, we can just go with, like, the, It's always tricky, because there's so many tier lists. And the only reason I'm not showing my screen yet is not all the tier lists are really, the most appropriate things. But I'm gonna try and find a quick tier list that we can do. There was tier list for like games. Oh, Tomb's bringing me my food. Thank you, wifey.
Oh, you look cute in that hat.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Your tier list comes out on the 27th. Well, that just means we need to keep this running until then. I saw the other day there was a tier list for just, like, popular game franchises. I'm trying to find it. Or, like, a Disney movies tier list or something like that. Oh, where was it? Games. Or we could just do something... Is there a candy tier list? I don't know, that's probably way too much I don't know in there. I also remembered I don't know how the heck to spell vegetables. Disney movie tier lists are a bit weird. Yes, they are. Because then you have to, like, consider, okay, entertainment value, but and is it even a good movie? Those kind of things. You have to, like, preface where that is. All right. So what I'm gonna go ahead and do is this a good tier list? Sure. Marvel movie tier list. All of them are mid. No, I'm teasing. I'm not a big Marvel person. Like, I've enjoyed Marvel stuff in the past, but I don't actually watch, like, Marvel movies in general. I don't watch a whole lot. So let's go ahead and bring this up. So I went ahead and just did vegetables and fruit tier list. So that's just because pretty much at least I'll know what's going on here. Because I was joking about, like, there's anime tier lists and all that, but there's so many I haven't seen. It would be on the list of be like, you'd have like 5, 10 up here, and then just a giant never tried column. So we're just gonna go through this. I'm assuming that's lettuce. It's either lettuce or cabbage. That's kale over there. I'm gonna assume, like, it looks kind of like cabbage to me, but it's also lettuce, and I don't see lettuce on here. Oh, I think, no, it's probably collards over there. Well, for me, you know, certainly lettuce is useful for a bunch of things, but let's be real. There's never a time you're like, oh man, lettuce, heck yeah. It serves a purpose. It's fine. It's okay. Like, I'm not unhappy about it. It's just filler. This looks like cucumber. So cucumber, yeah. That's the thing. Lettuce, we've already failed. We don't know what the first thing is. Like, between lettuce and cabbage, I think I'd give them both C anyways. I like lettuce more than cabbage, but I mean, they're filler. They don't, like, cabbage has a bit more flavor than lettuce does, but both of them are pretty meh. They're just the vehicle for other ingredients. Whereas cucumbers, I would probably put that in B. Like, don't get me wrong, cucumbers aren't carrying the show. They're another one of those things that their flavor is very mild. You always found them to take up space of the other flavors. Bread is the vehicle. Yeah, I mean, well, that's when you're talking sandwiches. But yeah, so like cucumbers are other ones. They're mostly benign. They do have like a slight like freshness taste, which is why it's being a little bit higher. But really, they don't have a whole lot of taste to themselves either. Bananas. So, okay. Well, I mean, they're gonna have to be ingredients because no one's eating a head of lettuce. So I wouldn't give bananas an S tier because that's gonna be saved for much better stuff. But it's high. But like, it depends on what you do, because bananas by themselves they're fine. Like, I enjoy a banana, but like, I'm not going, oh yeah, banana. But I would put them ahead of cucumbers. Yeah, this is fruits and vegetables. Yeah, that's the thing. Banana is used for a lot. Like, if we're talking smoothies, then like bananas carry the day a lot of times. I think I'll make it A. I think I'll make it A because a banana by itself is still pretty decent. And it's used for a lot of good things. At the same time, I can never think of a time that I was like, I saw a banana as like, yes, banana. And it's even to the point that like after you finish a marathon or whatever, you get your banana and you're like, okay, I guess. Cool. Then we have corn. I'm going to put corn in a high B. Corn is used in everything, and it's good in a lot of things. But at the same time, like, just slapping down a corn cob, like, that's fine. But if we're being honest, you butter the crap out of them so you can enjoy the butter. So it's good. Like, it's definitely, like, above mid. It's better than mid. But it's also like banana in the sense that I don't ever go, oh, heck yeah, corn. It's just there. Pears. Right, you're eating the butter and salt, not the corn or the seasoning. Now Now, that said, you burn the crap out of some corn, like you do a grilled corn, they can be pretty good. But it is generally speaking, it's not huge for me. Pear, this is probably going to upset some people. I'm going to actually put pear, I'm going to put it ahead of lettuce, but I'm going to put it in C. And the reason for it is pears are fine, but between pears and apples, I'm going to go with an apple unless it's a Red Delicious, at which point it goes straight in the trash. Because Red Delicious is a lie. Red Delicious is animal feed. Red Delicious is not something you eat. I just never been big on pears. Like, their texture's a little bit different from apples, I think is the thing that off-puts me on the pears the most. Oh, ranking them as what's better to eat? That changes everything. Yeah, Fuji apples are your favorite? Yeah, no, like, don't get me wrong. You get me, like, a Granny Smith, a Fuji, an Ambrosia. Like, we can work with this. Those are some solid apples. But Red Delicious is like, hey, here's this apple that, like, literally I'm going to give to the horses and that, because seriously, who would eat this thing? We have carrots. You know, honestly, I'm hovering on putting it over here in B, or like to the far right in A. Because, I mean, as a kid, hecking carrot sticks. But when it comes to cooking, they do a lot. I'm definitely more excited about a carrot than a cucumber. Yeah, I think below corn. I think here is good. Because, like, again, cucumber, it's like a breath of fresh air that has no meaningful taste of its own. Corn, I would say, is far more versatile. And let's be honest, if it's like a steamed carrot, it's really sad. But, like, you can actually do some stuff with that. Asparagus. So, asparagus as well as one's my personal opinion. Yeah, like carrots go really good in like certain stews and all that. Carrots can like really carry the day. For a lot of savory dishes, carrots are absolutely instrumental. Like there's like savory pies that carrots are a big part of it. So I definitely feel like carrots have a good place for them. So asparagus I'm mixed on. Because, like, when you burn the crap out of the, you know, like, you season and you burn up some asparagus a little bit, asparagus can be pretty good grilled, especially the ends. But if you're talking, like, steamed or boiled asparagus, that is sadness in a bowl. It's really, I honestly find it really not, like, let's be honest, most vegetables, if they're boiled, I'm pretty not interested. There's not many things I want to have boiled when it comes to that. I think I'm gonna put them. Yeah, that's the thing. Like roasted and grilled asparagus. So that's the reason I'm having a conflict here, because bad asparagus is really bad, whereas good asparagus is relatively good. I think I'm going to put it ahead of cucumber, but below corn. Because I'm going to assume, not that it's like the best case scenario, because that'd get ridiculous to deal with. But yeah. JD says, boiled okra goes in the F class, by the way. You see it peeking out down our bum. Oh yeah, like, don't get me wrong, like fried okra can be pretty solid. But yeah, I feel like most vegetables boiled are sad. I think this is supposed to be beans and lentils. Is that what is that? We're going an assumption here. This is beans and lentils just broadly. Yeah, boiled vegetables is generally trash tier. There's one or two things where you're like, you know, boiling it to mash it, like, you know, mashed potatoes, you do boil the potatoes. But just a boiled potato and calling it a day is, you know, baking it's nicer. I'm assuming this is beans and lentils, right? That's what we're guessing by that picture. Because beans just broadly, up there. Like, honestly, depending on prep, you know, those can creep up there. I'm gonna put them in here because there's definitely some beans I really like, and some beans not the biggest fans. Like lima beans, not the biggest fan. Like black beans, kidney beans, those I can get behind them. So I'm gonna put them here, honestly, ahead of banana. Well, there, ahead of banana. And this is zucchini. Yeah, chickpeas could be pretty good too. Zucchini. Zucchini. So zucchini is definitely above asparagus. I think I'd put it above carrots. I think that's where I'm gonna settle. I haven't had many times I've not had good zucchini. That said, I've definitely had times that zucchini was used and you scratched your head saying, why is it here? But I haven't run into like boiled zucchini and all that. All right, next up, so is this cantaloupe we got going on here? Because like this to me looks like a ripened cantaloupe, but this looks like an underripe cantaloupe. Or no, honeydew. That's honeydew and that's cantaloupe. Honeydew is solidly mid. Honeydew is if you wanted cantaloupe and just wanted to be disappointed. It doesn't have a flavor of its own. It's above lettuce. Let's be honest, it's above lettuce. But it's when you get a fruit salad, it's just taking up space. That's what honeydew's job. Honeydew's job is to be the cheap fruit you put in to filler all the good fruit. I don't actually have a lot to say about kiwi. Kiwi's fine. You like honeydew more than cantaloupe? I mean, they both kind of fit the same thing. I find cantaloupe has a little bit more taste to me. But yeah. Kiwi with the skin on is the only way to eat it. Skin is the greatest thing. So kiwi, I've definitely had very mixed things. I'm probably gonna drop it here. Part of the thing is you gotta understand I'm also not much of a sweet tooth person. Which granted, that's, you know, kiwi is not super sweet. It's got a little bit of tartness. It's definitely above asparagus and this stuff. Like, it's definitely over that. Carrots, I think they just carry the day because of how many savory dishes they can be. So I feel pretty good about putting that in B, where it's not mid, it's nicer than mid, but it's also not like S tier and all that. Yeah, I also feel the same way as with Black saying, is kiwi's fine in moderation, but it's hard for you to eat a whole lot. That's kind of the things, is I find things that are kiwi based or whatever, they tend to be a bit over the top where you're like, you know what, I actually could use a little less kiwi. So I do find it gets to be a little overpowering. Now, as far as honeydew goes, I think that still goes in C tier, but it's a higher C tier. Like, I'm not excited to get cantaloupe, but at the same time, I like it more than honeydew. And it's still nicer than lettuce. And like I said, I know a lot of people disagree with me on pear. I don't know, I'm just not huge on pears. And now we got grapes. Okay. Cantaloupe greater than watermelon? Oh, I would disagree hard on that one. Watermelon's definitely not mid. Yeah. Pears to me, I'm just eh. So grapes are definitely up in this area. I might put them at the top of B tier. No, let's make them low A tier. Because like grapes are one of those things you can just sit there and you can just munch in some grapes. And unless they're like the really, because you know you have your different colors and all that, there's definitely some grapes that have a much stronger flavor than others. And don't get me wrong, some of the really strong flavor grapes, just sitting there, you know, slamming down an entire, I don't know what it is, I'm going to call it a bushel, I'm sure that's wrong, but an entire, like, bundle of them. Slamming down an entire, what are, like, the really dark ones can be a little thing. Oh, don't worry, you're going to get more stuff there. Citrus. Orange. I'm assuming this is encompassing all citrus. No, there's lemon. Got lemon, lime, orange. Orange. A good orange. A tier. High A tier. Good orange like that. Good for you. Prevents kidney stones. Good stuff. What are you? I can't tell if you're an artichoke. Is that an artichoke? It's just seeing it sliced in half like that is throwing me off. Orange is one of those things you don't think much about until you get a great one, and then you can't stop eating it. Yeah, I think it's an artichoke. Artichoke? That's definitely... Artichoke is definitely one of those ones, how it's prepared, it can be really good or pretty unfortunate. I think I'm gonna shove this in here. Because really good artichoke stuff can be really good, but most of the time I get artichoke, it's pretty underwhelming. Alright, so we've got raspberries going up, and since they don't say raspberries, blackberries, loganberries, and all those separate out here, I'm just gonna be the entire set of anything in that family is gonna be included in this. For the record, not a berry. Not a berry at all. It's an aggregate. But it's not a berry. Ooh. I'm gonna drop them in there. And the reason I'm gonna do that is I feel like you do more with beans. I feel like raspberries and blackberries, they're delicious, but they have a more limited use case because of the tartness and the sweetness. I definitely like raspberries more than I like bananas. I will stop and eat a bunch of, blackberries, raspberries, whatever, whereas I won't stop and slam down 2 or 3 bananas. So I feel pretty good about that they're pretty high ranking. So the Japanese wine berries are 100% the regular raspberries? I have no idea. Watermelon, for me. We're not going to go up to S tier. Probably there. Probably right in here. Hey, Infinity Simplex. How's it going? Because, watermelon's good. It is, surprise, surprise, very watery. It doesn't have a strong taste to it. I feel like raspberries, it's also kind of limited in what you can do with it. But I also am definitely someone who has absolutely sat there and just knocked out 2 or 3 full slices of watermelon. We have peas. Peas. That's if we're talking in cooking and we're using a savory dish, it can fit in this area. If we're talking about eating peas as peas, they're solidly mid in my book. I'll eat peas, but it's they're just there. I'm eating them because I need the nutrients. I'm not excited about them. I'm not upset about them. They're just present. But if we're talking about cooking, you're making a meat pie or something and it's got peas in it, that can work out pretty well. I think I am gonna put it C tier, but on the high end. Because most of the time I end up getting peas, they're peas. And that's fine. And I'm about to upset a whole lot of people. Avocado. Good old avocado. And this is going to upset a lot of people. I just don't like avocado. I'm not saying it's awful. I just not a big avocado person. And I know there's people who love avocado. I'm just not one of them. I get why people like them. Just, it's not me. I'm not a big guacamole person either. Spinach! With the way I've set this up, it's kind of hard. I'm going to put it on the bottom of B tier, because, spinach is better than lettuce to me. It's got more flavor. Now, the downside is, where people talk about how wonderful spinach is from, protein and, fiber and all this other stuff, calcium and all that, One little secret, spinach is actually terrible for those things. It has a lot of those things in it, but it's not what's known as bioavailable. So you get all of that wonderful nutrients, and it goes right on through your body and right back out. If you're looking for greens that are actually good for a lot of that stuff, getting stuff like collards and all that will get you a lot more nutrients than spinach. It's one of the things that frustrates me with labeling, where they'll go, there is like this much calcium in this package, but that doesn't matter. The concept of bioavailability, like how much of that nutrients do you absorb by consuming that, a lot of times gets really weird. So like kale is actually better than spinach for bioavailability and all that. You have, what's the other? Arugula. Arugula is really good for bioavailability compared to spinach. So it is one of those things that you eat it and it sounds really good on paper. It's like, I'm eating so healthy. And then you're like, by the way, like 80% of that nutrients is you're not getting it. And you're like, oh. So it's actually kind of, like it's still good for you, but it's just, you feel like you're doing way more than you actually are doing. Versus this broccoli here, broccoli for getting nutrients from you is like really, really good. Your body absorbs most of broccoli. I'm assuming these are mangoes. They look like mangoes to me. Mangoes. Mangoes I'm not going to rate as high because I don't have much of a sweet tooth. I find mangoes too sweet for me most of the time. I get why people like them, and things that have a little bit of mango in them I can really enjoy, but if it is something that like mango is the one that is like leading the charge, like it's mango salsa or like a mango drink, I usually find it very sweet. The texture doesn't bother me, so it's definitely higher than like these over here. I think I'll put it ahead of peas too. I think I'm gonna put it for me in the mid. I get why people like it. I do, because people love their sweets. It's just too sweet for me. Cherries. This will be another one that'll upset people. I don't like cherries, especially dark cherries. Just not my jam. Like, I could do the cherry on top of a sundae. That's a perfectly reasonable amount of cherry. I'll absolutely enjoy that. But anything that's like cherry is the main thing, I genuinely just not a fan of it. I'm just not a big cherry person. Which is funny because I actually do like things that are tart, and a lot of cherries are tart. But, and then we've got good old tomato. Boom. First S tier. No questions. No notes. Tomatoes? Come on. Like, modern Italian food does not exist without tomatoes. Like, just straight up does not exist. Like, a lot of Mexican food, you know, uses tomatoes. The salsa and all that. Even your sandwiches get carried by tomatoes. Imagine getting, like, subs without stuff like tomatoes in there. You'd have an incredibly dry sub that had to be carried by just a ridiculous amount of condiments. So, tomatoes, absolutely up there. Unfollows. Not said, I'm not slamming down a tomato. What about tomato by itself? It depends on the tomato. There's absolutely tomatoes that you can eat like an apple, and then there's a lot of tomatoes that really are not well suited for that. Like cherry tomatoes, I can snack on cherry tomatoes. Give me a beefsteak tomato. That is not really a great tomato for eating by the slice. But yeah, no, tomatoes up there. Potato. It's a potato. What can't you do with a potato? That right there, French fries, baked potatoes, potato chips. Like, potatoes you could do just about everything with. They're one of the only vegetables you can boil and it's not upsetting. Now granted, I hope you do more than just boil it, but even just a boiled potato with some seasoning can still actually hold up. Versus, you look at the entire rest of this list and boil anything else on this list. What else on this list isn't full of sadness after you boil it? I have no idea what a boiled orange is like, but I imagine I'm not happy about it. I guess you actually do boil beans to cook them, so that's fine. Boiled corn. Yeah, I've definitely had boiled corn. It's okay. You're still gonna slam it with a bunch of butter and all to get it across the finish line, though. The corn itself just boiled. You boil it so it is not, you know, chipped teeth levels of hard, but at the same time, you're really there for the butter and the salt and all the other stuff there. So you can definitely boil that. But I'd rather have it grilled. Boiled spinach is just sad. It just shrivels up into nothingness. You really want to boil some random vegetables right now? Yeah. Boiled asparagus is another one. It's like, why did you ruin asparagus? Depends on corn. Some corn can be good just boiled. Boiled banana or kiwi would be... How would it taste? I feel like the taste would be fine. The texture would be deeply upsetting, is what I think. It would be just goop. Yeah, like if you're making a soup, that's fine. But like the vegetable on its own. Strawberries? Strawberries I'm going to put in the bottom of S tier. I love me some strawberries. Like, low key, my favorite type of cake is angel food cake, primarily because strawberries. Like, don't get me wrong, these two have more versatility. Strawberries do have a lot more limitations on what they could be used with. But I absolutely will tear into some strawberries. And I believe we're looking at kale here. So kale is healthier than spinach. It gives you more nutrients. I also like spinach more than I do kale. Kale can also give you lots of calcium that, if not properly managed, can actually lead to kidney stones. Then, generally speaking, if you're going to be eating lots of kale, you do need to be careful, because it's high in calcium, and kidney stones are primarily calcium and salt. So I avoid kale because I've had a kidney stone, and no thank you, I would never want to do that again. It's sure the heck more interesting than lettuce. I feel like it goes right after spinach. I'm not huge on kale, but especially if you either like, you know, where you've like lightly burnt it kind of thing, or you season it up, then kale can be pretty good. Broccoli. You've had kidney stones 6 times? Yeah, don't touch kale. Ooh, I've made this hard for myself. Because out of my veggies, broccoli is one I rate pretty high. I'm gonna slide broccoli right here. Now, don't get me wrong, steamed broccoli is not terrible. It's the saddest way to make broccoli, but it's still tolerable. But if you go and, you know, you fry broccoli, you know, butter it up, put it in a pan, fry it, ooh, it's good. You can also just season up broccoli after it's like heated. But even like steamed or boiled broccoli or whatever, it's fine. Like, don't get me wrong, the texture's nowhere near as exciting, but I do enjoy broccoli. I feel like half the reason why so many children hate broccoli is because they get it exclusively boiled, which is, again, kind of the most underwhelming way to get it. Your father's had kidney stones? Not fun. Oh, no, I only had a mild kidney stone. It was terrible. It basically made me change my diet out of fear of never wanting to go through that again. Is this leeks? Am I looking, is that just the leek stalk without the top part? That looks like leeks to me. We have an onion on here, right? Do they not? Okay, there's an onion. Celery? Ooh, okay, I'm gonna have very different opinions between whether that's leek or celery. Celery? Get it out of here. Straight in the trash. Why are you eating celery? Celery is a vehicle for other things and garbage. I don't like the texture. I don't like the stringiness. Its flavor by itself is meh. Like, the only redeeming things I find with celery is like if you have something like a gumbo or whatever, and everything else is carrying the flavor, then celery's difference in texture can be a bonus. but otherwise, why would I eat it? It's one of the only things on this entire list that if I ate celery, I would slowly starve to death if I ate just celery, because it's got so few calories, it takes more effort for your body to consume it than it gets from it. And I believe this is collards? That looks like it could be collards to me. Like, non-specific collards, just collards in general. Yeah, it's either collards or mustard. Like mustard leaves. Either way, so it's definitely above these two. It's above that. It's above asparagus. Turnips? No, because I feel like if you were doing a turnip, you'd focus on the turnip part, not the green part. Ooh. So, let me justify this. My thinking of why I'm going to put this in A, isn't it relative to like zucchini and corn and those? Because we're getting into just very different things. Because you don't use carrots for the same thing you use collards for. So it's very hard to have a direct comparison. I don't even think you put collards and zucchini in the same meals at all, and corn and all that. But if we're talking leafy greens wise, collards belongs in a tier higher than these two. And it belongs at like 10 leagues higher than the sadness that is lettuce. So that's how I'm justifying this. Do I think that collards are better than carrots? It's definitely at least in this area. But I feel like I want to put it up here just to get a leafy green up here by comparison to the other leafy greens. That's the justification I'm going. Because collards, again, because it's a huge sweeping thing, there's a lot of different types of collards that have a whole spectrum of flavors. And they got mustard. They do have a very significant flavor. You can use them for tons and tons and tons of stuff. And, you know, you season them up and you burn them just a little bit. They're really good. Can't say I've ever had collards. Yeah, to my understanding, collards is a really big thing here in the U.S. and the South. But outside that, it's not super common. If you've ever had mustard leaf, collards is in that area. It's not the same thing, but it's like, you know, it is a green that has a bit of a bitey taste to it. But they have like collards that are very mild, and you have some collards that are like you have to cook them because eating it in its leaf form, you'll be kind of beaten up over. And I can't really make out what this is. Like they're little white round things. They could be garlic, but I can't see them well enough to make them out. Because if it's garlic, it's going S tier. Like, right away, no question. Mushrooms? It could... actually, you know what? That could be mushrooms. Which, that would be a total lie, because mushrooms are neither fruit nor vegetable. They're fungus. But... So, what are we going to call this? Because I don't think I can drill in to see the name of the picture or whatever. Actually, I might be able to. That's not the right button. Oh, no, that's like turn on the DevTools, not. Chickpeas, I'm pretty sure it's not chickpeas. I don't know homily well enough. I'm going to go with these are mushrooms, personally. Because I think that's more interesting to me. So I'm going to go with these are mushrooms. I could very easily be wrong, but I'm going to call these mushrooms. Mushrooms. The good old mushy mush. I do really like mushrooms. And I know mushrooms are one of those ones that there are people who love mushrooms and there are people who are like really not into mushrooms. I think I'm going to put them there. Because I feel like I'll do more with beans than mushrooms. But mushrooms, there's all sorts of stuff you can do with mushrooms that are fun. Like, I liked... One of the recipes I would make quite often... You rank the photos of the vegetables D tier? Agreed. For me with mushrooms, one of the things I used to do is I used to get like white cap mushrooms. You'd snap the stems off and you'd fill them with like cheese and bacon bits and that kind of stuff, and then fry them up and do all that. Sautéed mushrooms are really good. When I'm not like when you know the people around me want to get pizza, but you're feeling a little greased out at the moment, I'll get mushrooms on my pizza as opposed to like normally I'll go for like sausage or whatever. Or if I've just been eating a lot of like fatty foods and I'm feeling that little bit of like I need a little less fatty, but people want pizza. Mushrooms is kind of be like I'm gonna get something that isn't meat. So I do like me some mushrooms. I also feel mushrooms are one of those things that you can use with a lot. I have lots of soups I like to put mushrooms in. Anything savory, mushrooms can go in pretty easy. And now we got good old cauliflower. C. It's like broccoli if I wanted it to be disappointing. I know there are some people who really like cauliflower over broccoli. I find most of the time I get broccoli, and it's probably the way it's prepared, the texture is not as interesting to me. The flavor is not as interesting to me. I've had a lot of disappointing cauliflower. Like, a lot of disappointing cauliflower. About the best use I've found for cauliflower is where people make cauliflower rice, where, you take your, like, cheese grater and you just grind it up into little bits and you use it as a healthier form of rice. That can be pretty fun, but if we're being honest when we're doing that, you're just obliterating it with seasoning, so you just taste the seasoning. So I find cauliflower really mid. Yeah, or exactly. Or you just lather it up with cheese, at which point, look, my response would be, hear me out, get rid of the cauliflower and substitute pretty much anything in, like broccoli, and it's better. Cauliflower crusted pizza is pretty good. I don't think I've had that. I imagine it's the same thing as like when you do, like I said, the cauliflower rice, where, you process it down into cauliflower flour, and then you sit there, yeah, or just eat the cheese, absolutely, or whatever. And so you're substituting with flour and then doing all that stuff, and it would just be a little bit different. I could see that being good. Lime. I like lime. Now that said, lime is one of those ones that could be. I think I'd put lime here, maybe. I like lime. At the same time, lime is definitely one of those things you can get too much lime and it ruins stuff. But like key lime pie, absolutely. Limeade, count me in. Little piece of lime on like your drink if you get like a Corona or something. I can enjoy some lime. Straight up like limes, like just lime by itself, I can enjoy a little bit, but it's pretty tart. It's pretty tart. Pomegranate. So if we're eating pomegranate as pomegranate, like straight up, I like the flavor. It is entirely too much effort, and the seeds are obnoxious. So like I like the flavor, but all the other stuff around me, it's just like I don't want to deal with it. Pomegranate flavored stuff. Really on board with that. It's got a nice balance of being like being a bit on the tart side while not being overwhelming. Now, I've certainly had things that are pomegranate that they really went for it that were a bit too much. But where would I put you? Yeah, and that's plus when you're eating like straight up pomegranate, I cannot just slam down a pomegranate. But if it's like something like juice that has pomegranate flavoring, most of the time I can get behind it. I'm not gonna have 2 or 3 cups of it, but like a drink that is pomegranate based, I can get behind. But the thing is, where do I put this? Because I don't feel it gets ahead of lime for me, but I could see it going ahead of watermelon or behind watermelon. I feel like you either want to put right at the top of B tier or on the lower end of A tier. Like, I could see putting it around here-ish or over here. Because, like, if we're eating the straight-up fruit, then honestly, I'm going to put it in mid just because it's too much of a pain in the butt. but I do really like the flavor. I think I'll put it on the top of B. Apples. So, I'm going to assume I'm getting a type of apple I really like. Because if we're talking Red Delicious, straight up an F. No questions asked. But if we're talking like, it's a Granny Smith or whatever, we're up in this department. The taste is good. It's a bit of work to get the seeds out. And even more work to wash your clothes afterwards. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, eating pomegranate's a pain. I think I am going to put that there. Because, like, a good apple, like, again, Granny Smith, Fuji, Ambrosia, like, whatever, a good apple is really good. But, like, if you get, like, the Red Delicious or one of those ones that are, like, meant for, like, I'm not even joking, you use it for animal feed, and sometimes they will use it for fermenting to make other things. Those ones aren't really meant for people to eat. There's lots of apples that are not meant to be eaten as apples, but they are meant for making like apple cider and all that. Like not apple cider like the non-alcoholic beverage, but like apple cider as in, you know, beer cider kind of thing. Those mostly apples you make cider with, you don't want to eat the apples. The apples are made for being fermented. Ooh, what are you? Are you beets? I'm gonna go on the assumption that these are beets, because they look like beets to me. So I'm gonna have to go and explain this one as well. So for people who are familiar with the phenomena, so you're familiar with the whole thing where there's literally people have different taste buds when it comes to cilantro. That for some people cilantro is just like a little bit of a peppy green kind of thing, whereas for other things it's like eating a bar of Dial soap. Beets is actually another ones that fall under this category. It's a different marker, so just because you don't like cilantro, you know, you have the marker for cilantro, there's a separate one for beets, where for some people, and I'm gonna guess here because I have that marker, I understand beets have a little bit of a taste going on to them. For me, eating a beet, because I have that marker, it's like going out into my yard, scooping up a fistful of dirt and grass, and shoving it in my mouth. That's what beets are for me. So where I put this in F, it's because to me with this situation, it tastes like a mouthful of sod. I understand beets are supposed to be pretty good, and I do hope you enjoy your beets. But for me, when I say they taste a little earthy, I'm talking literally, not figuratively. And it's just one of those weird things out there. We're actually finding more and more of those kinds of things as well, where there is stuff that literally tastes different to different people, and sometimes there are very pronounced differences. In Australia, you do beetroot on a burger a lot. It's really good. Yeah, New Zealand does it as well. My understanding was the Australian burger has beetroot and pineapple, and the New Zealand burger has beetroot and egg. But so you had some ketchup made out of beets recently. It was amazing. So I've had stuff made with beets that doesn't give me that earthy taste. I don't know why. I mean, it's processed a lot of times, so who knows? But yeah. So much better than not overly sweet. Beetroot and egg. But yeah, so for me, where I put beet way down here in F tier, that is flagging that, like, if we had cilantro on this list, and I like cilantro, but if you're someone who has like the cilantro tastes like soap, it's going down here too. But that's my preface. I would like to know what beets actually taste like to be able to experience that flavor, but to me, they taste like sod. Onions, S tier, no question. I'd actually even put it higher than potato, which I know will be You know what? All the way up on the top. Onion is right up on the tippity top. I love me some onion. I like to get red onion for my salads. I like to use red onion and sometimes like the bitier yellow onions. As in red onions are stronger, but like on the bitier end of yellow onions for salsa. Carameled onion is really good. Pickled onion is amazing. Like, I enjoy some onion. And if you ever have the chance and you're in Plant City, Florida, and you're in the right season, get strawberry onions. They're a little bit on the pink side, but they're slightly sweeter than most onions. But it's because they're grown with strawberries to keep pests away. So very much like onions. Habanero. Or sorry, jalapeno. Not habanero. Those are habaneros are little orange ones. I've grown both of these in my garden. Honestly, on this list, things I've grown in the garden, yes. 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 Ooh, yes, I actually have grown collards. But yes. I think yes and yes. 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 I've grown a lot of these things in the garden. I'm not saying which ones were more or less successful. Because some of these ones, like the raspberries, they were successful, and then deer ate the whole thing. Let's see. So I really like jalapenos, but I don't like jalapeno flavored things that much. Because I find when you find like jalapeno potato chips, they can be good, but sometimes it's like the jalapeno flavors is kind of over the top. That as well as ones you have like a couple of handfuls and you're like, you know what? I'm really over it, like the artificial jalapeno flavor. But jalapenos, I mean, jalapeno poppers are straight up S tier. So I'd rank it high, but how high? I think I'd put beans over it. I think I might put it over garlic. Or that's not garlic, mushrooms. Garlic would be up here. We don't have garlic on this list, which is a tragedy. Yeah, I think I'm gonna put it there because like jalapenos, like being used in cooking and all that can be really good. The only time is like artificial jalapeno flavoring, like where they've dusted stuff with jalapeno. Sometimes that gets to be kind of obnoxious. Peaches. The pit's really annoying. I like the skin to peaches, honestly. I do find them a bit too sweet for me, personally. And the pit is really annoying. The pit is really annoying. I do find them a bit too sweet. I get why people like them. I can understand why people like them. Were plums on the list? Not that I've seen. But yeah, so peaches aren't my favorite because like sometimes getting the core. I just said the word like 2 seconds. The pit. Getting the pit out of a peach, you end up just shredding the inside sometimes, depending on how they grow. You just eat the kumquats just for the skin? Oh yeah, I have what's called a loquat at my house. And while technically loquats are not in the same family as peaches, they're like two completely different routes. They are extremely peach-like, but I actually like loquats because they're not nearly as sweet. They're a lot smaller. I believe the other name they have is Japanese plum. They do have a pit, but unlike the the pit that has like these big scars coming out of it that just grip into the fruit like a peach does. The pit is kind of like these seeds that just kind of like bundle together, so you can just kind of pop it open, you just pull the seeds out and you chuck them. So it's kind of like getting all the nice things about a peach with half the hassle. And then, like I said, they're not quite as sweet, so I like them a lot more. Like if we had loquats on the list, they'd probably be up here in the higher end of B. Grapefruit. I like grapefruit. I like grapefruit a lot. I haven't even considered where grapefruit is. So grapefruit was definitely, to me, is going to be higher than pomegranate. Does it broach A tier, though? Because definitely you have to be in the mood for grapefruit. But I have legitimately sat there. It used to be a breakfast thing I would do with my great-grandmother, that I would literally take a grapefruit, and I'd take a knife, and I'd, cut out each of the little segments, and then you'd eat it with a spoon. And I remember having very fond memories of doing that. They're very acidic. They're very tart. They're very sour. Which is why, again, you gotta kind of be in the mood for grapefruit. That's the reason there's the whole meme about you go to get orange juice and you get a glass of grapefruit juice and you're just like, it's because this is mostly sweet with a little bit of sour, and then this is mostly sour with a little bit of sweet. So they're just really on the opposite ends of the spectrum while still being in the same area. Are you squash? Is that what that is? You look like you're squash. Or a gourd of some kind. You're not. Yeah, you're a gourd of some kind. I'm not big on pumpkin guava? Is that guava? Because guava had ranked pretty high. Whereas just general like gourd, pumpkin, that kind of thing had ranked pretty low. What do you want to say that is? To me that looks like it's a gourd. Some type of like pumpkin-ish area. Not like pumpkin itself, but you know, like a gourd, like a pumpkin is a type of gourd. I think I am gonna go with that it's just some type of gourd, but not guava. Like guava, I'd have it up here, even though it is a little on the sweet side. Just like pumpkin, gourds, all that kind of stuff. No, cucumber is over there. Yeah, like this definitely looks like a gourd to me. I'm not big on pumpkins and gourds and all that. I've definitely had plenty of things with it as an ingredient I enjoy, but general like just eating gourd for like various things, like when it's made with that, I'm just really not a fan. Like I'm not a fan of taking a chunk of a pumpkin and eating it. Pumpkin pie, I don't typically enjoy because people feel the need to like lather it up with cinnamon, which just really ruins it to me because I'm not a huge cinnamon person. And I don't have much of a sweet tooth. Like, don't get me wrong, pumpkin pie is usually not super sweet. It's more savory. But yeah, I'm just not big on gourds. Not my preference. Peppers, bell peppers / capsicum, depending on where you're at. This is one that goes real high. This is one that goes really high for me, and I don't know where I want to drop it. Because we're talking like fajitas, you're up here. You're all the way up here. If you're talking salads, probably in this range, in here somewhere. If you blanch it and use it as an ingredient, so like it's almost sauteed, that can go up here as well really easily. I do really enjoy my peppers. Now, don't get me wrong. There are definitely different types of bell peppers that are better than others. Like green bell peppers, honestly, like if you're gonna eat green bell peppers of like the different colors are usually one of the ones that put lower on the list. Versus like the orange ones are pretty good. Now that said, the yellow ones in that, if they're fresh, are really good, but if they start to get like a little over ripened where they get soft, they definitely get not as good much faster than the green ones. Yeah, I'd absolutely eat these raw by the slice. Or I guess the wedge. I'm gonna put it up there. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put it up here. It really is how it's prepared. It could be anywhere in this, like probably from here all the way down to about there. So it depends like what color of it is, because there is a very distinct texture and taste difference depending on the colors of the bell peppers. But it's definitely up there. But it's just like it's one of those ones that we use for so many things. Blueberries. I don't like blueberries. I know that's gonna upset a lot of people. I don't like blueberries. I don't know why. I can't point a specific reason. I've just never been a fan of blueberries. That said, the one thing I will give blueberries is they are the only fruit with the name berry in it that is actually a berry. Strawberries, raspberries, loganberries, blackberries, all of those, not berries. Blueberries are a berry. And it has to do with their flowers. Yeah, like, there's stuff I've had blueberries in that are really good, and if you're sitting there and you've got like a big fruit salad and you got the occasional blueberry toss in there, then like the blueberries can add to that experience. But if you just give me like a plastic container of blueberries, I'm probably not going to eat it. Even if I'm a bit on the hungry side. Like if I'm really hungry, you know, sure, whatever. But I'm probably not going to go for it. Yeah, no, that's so where your grandfather had a bunch of blueberry bushes and they're always nummy. That was me with raspberries. I was super spoiled when I lived in Michigan. My next door neighbor, she had like trellises and trellises and trellises of raspberries, and when they would ripen, you know, there's too many raspberries for anyone. And oh my god, I could sit there and eat them till I was literally sick. And I wouldn't even regret it, even though I was pretty miserable. You can absolutely just demolish your stomach on too many raspberries. But they were delicious. Just sitting there going like pop, pop. And you'd get yourself all like nicked up on the thorns and all that, because all the good ones, people like that were right on the outside, everyone grabbed right at the beginning. So you'd end up like reaching way into the thing and just nicking the crap out of yourself on the thorns. Lemons. Lemons. I feel like I put those right, like lemon and lime, I feel just, these two go together. I know a lot of people probably be like this between the two. I like lime a little bit more, but I will concede the point that I can eat a lot more lemon before I'm tired of it than I can eat lime. I do like the taste of lime more, but it's definitely one I could burn out how much I can handle before I'm like, all right, I'm really limed out right now. And all that. All right, so next we've got pineapple. So pineapple is one that is another tricky one for me. Because pineapple, as in you have a pineapple, you hack the top off of it, and you cut it up, and you eat pineapple. I like pineapple. Pineapple as in you're doing something like you've got some type of, you know, ice cream or whatever, and you've got like a slice of pineapple on it. Excellent. Really like it. Pineapple, anything pineapple flavored? No. Most pineapple flavored stuff, really not a fan of, because it definitely does not taste nearly as well. So I definitely would rank pineapple really high. Stuff like pineapple Dole Whip, delicious. But there's definitely a lot of things that pineapple, like anything where you cook the pineapple, right out. Why have you ruined this wonderful fruit? Also, pineapple, if you like gardening, this is one of your lowest effort plants to grow. If you're in a climate that can handle pineapple, all you do is you hack the top off it, you stick it in the dirt, give it one little water, and then you ignore it for a year, and then you get a pineapple. So I do like pineapple. For gardening effort, it's minimal. The downside is you get one pineapple per year per plant. But where would I actually put you? You're up here somewhere. So for me, I will rank it high. But keeping in mind, yeah, I don't think I put it all the way up there. I put it ahead of raspberries. I think that's fair. I do really like mushrooms, and keeping in mind, I'm someone who tends to have a lot more of a spicy tooth and more of a savory tooth. So I do really, really enjoy pineapple, but it's usually not my go-to. So it's ranked very high in A, but you'll notice most of my stuff that's up here, with the exception of strawberries, almost none of this is sweet. Oranges are a little on the sweet side. Most of this falls under what I would put in like savory in that area. And then around here we start getting more, but we start getting sour in here. But mostly still savory until we start getting down to these ones. Eggplant. Eggplant's fine, I guess. I'm not one to go for eggplant. Like, there's stuff you can do with eggplant that makes it good, but it's the kind of stuff you do where it's like, okay, you basically hid the eggplant, and hear me out, I could swap the eggplant for another vegetable and I would just enjoy it more. Like, you can take eggplant, you can season it up and fry it in the oven, but hear me out, if you just take that eggplant and you put a potato in its place, it's better. I'm not a big fan of eggplant. To me, it's in that same area. I'd probably rank eggplant over here, but it's still, I'm not excited when I see eggplant on the menu. Eggplant is absolutely always one of those things I see, and you're just kind of like, okay, that's fine, I'll eat it. An eggplant is a berry. Fresh cherries. I just don't like cherries. Brussels sprouts. If Brussels sprouts are boiled or steamed, F. If Brussels sprouts are like grilled or seasoned up or fried, A. Like, there's a big gap between boiled and like well-made Brussels sprouts and you just threw it in a pot and you boiled it. I personally think the meme about kids hating Brussels sprouts is because parents boiled their veggies. That is the only thing I can come up with. Because if you sear a Brussels sprout and season it, you know, well, it's not even kill their natural. Well, I mean, I guess, yeah, when you burn them a little bit, you are killing it. But that's fair. I feel like you can, for me at least, I feel like you can boil an onion and it's still pretty decent. Okay. Where do I want to put you, though? I could see it as high as here before apple, or as low as here. I feel like it's in that A tier, but it really is a question of where you fit in the A tier. Because a good Brussels sprout beats an apple. Like a really good, but a decent Brussels sprout lands somewhere in this. And then, like I said, if you boiled it, I mean, you're honestly pushing D and F tier. Boiled Brussels sprouts are a crime. And it should be administered that you remove from the kitchen. I'm going to put it ahead of apples. All right, so while we've spent entirely longer than I anticipated, we might sit here for the tier list. That might be a 2-hour cooldown, because that took way longer than it really should have. We can see about maybe or maybe not adjusting that. I do hope people enjoyed that. So what are people's thoughts on this list? Have I fully completely screwed up all of this and I should be ashamed of myself? Or are you nodding to yourself? Or are you kind of wishy-washy? Keeping in mind I don't have like a sweet tooth at all. Like, I just really don't. Me, I am the person who gets like a candy bar. I break off my 1 or 2 squares. And then, you know, I'll eat the 2 squares and I'll wrap it back up because I've had enough sweets for right now. If you sear a Brussels sprout, you deserve a Darwin Award? Why? Seared Brussels sprouts are delicious. Get them just a couple little black burnt spots on the sides. It's delicious. It's fantastic. Put a little salt and pepper on there. Oh yeah, no, you boil them. It's just one of those things that you're like, why have you decided you want your vegetables to be terrible? Yeah, it's a very good vegetable for a barbecue. To be fair, asparagus is as well. I know we don't have asparagus ranked that high, but that's because there's a lot of ways to make asparagus wrong. But one of the ways to make asparagus right is put a little butter on there, toss it on the grill when you're making, you know, your steaks or whatever, and just, you know, they sit off to their side. You don't want to really mix them with the steaks or burgers or whatever else you got going on. But that is a good way is to blister / sear your asparagus. Well, actually, So that's searing. Blistering is usually when you put oil in a pan and you toss it on there and you flip it, so you basically burn it just enough that the skin starts to peel on stuff. So like I'll blister peppers a lot of the time. Usually not bell peppers, but what is it, poblano? Poblano peppers or cubanelle peppers. They're really good to blister, where you cut them in half, you de-seed them, you chuck it on the oven with like hot oil on it, just enough so that the skin starts bubbling and all that, and it's like just right. So with all that said, I feel pretty good about that tier list. That took way longer than it should have, but that's okay. I had a good time, and we had hit the $100. I feel like, and people can disagree with me, I feel like that's perhaps one that maybe needs either a higher price dollar or a higher cooldown than 1 hour, because that could take like 20-30 minutes. Just gonna go and repair it now. But just looking for feedback. Let's see, will the lava kill you, stand in it? Nah, you just bounce. This game doesn't have a concept of health. You really enjoyed the tier list? It was fun, something different. And we learned some things about it. Yeah, that's what I kind of figured to be the fun of it. Is that be just something to mix up the normal content we do.
Huh?
Oh, right, I meant to sell these. What were you in here for? I don't even remember what this is about. Okay, so how much are we up to? Are we up to enough to get ourselves another drill? No, we're at 80 and I need 100. So we're close. Excuse me, physics are the law. Alright, so we got the whole system working. While we wait for us to be able to get in our drill, a 44... You know what? Let's go take our big pile of money, get the saw conveyor belt thing, and set that up. So when it comes to, like, trying to get bars of a certain weight, we could do that. I have to thank you for the broccoli cheese one. You're gonna do that tonight? Yeah, broccoli cheese is pretty good. Where was that saw? I'm gonna check where the conveyors were. Oh, wasn't it, I think the saw blade may have been way over on the far side of the island. Because what we're doing is we've got a conveyor belt that we can use. That basically what I do is I put 3 conveyor belts and I put the saw blade on top of it. And with the saw blade, I could set it to like 40 weight. And then the stuff goes through, the 1 bar goes the other side and it spits out the 40. So when stuff says, hey, I need a certain amount, instead of having to sit there like saw the block in half, saw the block in half, saw the block in half, saw the block in half until you finally get down to the right size, and then have to like melt 2 of them together, you can just grab the bar, say, I want 40, you put it through, and a 40 bar spits out. We can also look over here for the repair stuff. Logical spanner hurling unit. Okay. So this is the thing that automatically repairs stuff. Well, it will repair stuff. I'm just gonna assume I need 5 of these. I have enough money that money is meaningless to me now. And I remember you want 5 filters, so I might have to do some juggling. So the next thing I need to do is there should be a thing here that'll let me detect the durability. Okay, there's the thing that detects durability.
Huh?
And I know I'm going to have to load this up with a truck. I'm just trying to mentally manage what I need to do here. Okay, so we'll have our 5 sensors. And our 5 things for repairing our stuff. So, if I remember correctly, what that's going to read out, let's actually just walk over the thing, is it will read out how much durability it has. And I need to make sure it is more than a certain amount. So, the way I can do that is if it is not 0, and we don't want to leave it like that, if it's not 0, is the first step. So basically, if it's not 0, we'll send a signal that says, do the thing, as long as it's not broken. Now that's a problem, because I definitely don't want it to repair while it's not needing a repair. And then we're going to have a logic flip. So what this is saying is, hey, if you send me a 1, make it a 0. So what'll happen is the first sensor will say, hey, you're at 45 durability. And it'll be like, cool. That's not 0. Fire the spanner. And what we're going to do from there is have a different thing that then says, right, but hear me out. Uno reverso. And, all right, I need one more. And it'll be that. So that's the whole thing. You do have a cheaper setup you can use if you don't want to take up a ton of space. What is your cheaper setup? I could also see just literally putting a timer on there for how long it takes for it to wear out, but... And then the sensor, this can be really good for doing diagnosis. I'm going to grab one of these, because it makes troubleshooting stuff really easy, because you have to put on the cable and see how things are going. There's the weight reader, there's that. Let's see, durability reader, inverse, so anything that is greater than... Greater 1 is 0, spanner hurler. Oh yeah, that makes sense. That is a good point. And that is actually a big thing you run into in software dev, by the way. That you'll have, like, what is effectively step-by-step makes sense as being right. But then you could also turn around and go, right, but we actually don't care about this other thing. And it makes your life just easier. Oh yeah, I used these things to trigger stuff earlier. I remember that. Or not this run. Okay, so this is all of the systems I need just for it to function. But now the catch I need to do is figure out how to wire the whole thing up. I just need the regular wires, not all the fancy wires. Okay, here's the regular wires. Oh, a logic valve? Oh, a logic valve. I see. That makes sense. I understand now. It's a valve run by logic. Okay. So... You know, I have the inverse. Oh, that's 0 to 1, not just inverse instead. Turns an incoming logic 0 into a 1. Anything bigger or equal than 1 into a 0. Oh, I already had that. Oh, no, it's literally just 0 and 1. I see. So 1 was strictly 0 and 1, and this one is like anything greater than 1 is 1, and anything 0 is 0. And then the between is right out. Okay. So the catch we have is I need to figure out logically how this wires in. So... we will need, for each of these, probably... Each one of these will need at least one curved wire. We will need at least one straight wire to hook up the logic to. So the way I'm picturing this is that we will have like the spanner thing. You'll have a right angle, you go up, we have the logic gate, you go at an angle, you go across one, and then you go back down. So that would be 3 bending parts, and I believe 2 straight parts per each. And I've lost track of all these things. So we're gonna have to tally them when I go to put them in the vehicle. Yeah, imagine you'd have a way of calculating how fast they should wear out each. I feel like I shorted myself one of these. It's fine to have extra logic wires. I think that's everything I need, because I shouldn't need a T on any of these, because it's literally just going to be routing through that way. And all that. Let's grab the truck. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I need 5 more of those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is just for diagnosis. 1, 2. That doesn't matter. I already know I got the count of these right. Yeah, so I need 5 more bends. Because the bend's is going to be 3 steps. And there's a good chance I might actually need more straight line and all that. I'm trying to picture how this is going to go together in my head, and I'll likely be off. Yeah, so I need 5 more of these. That's not what I need. I also remember when I set up similar to this, I ran into a problem where sometimes it would blast away 2 or 3 repair kits in the time it took to update. And I remember I had to put a timer on it, so it would check every... I think that's ultimately what I did in the long run of the previous time I did this, was, I had it where it had a... both things had to be satisfied. But one of the things was a timer, so, like, it'd check every 5 seconds or something like that. Alright, was there something I needed from here? The whole thing we came for was the saw to begin with.
Yellow snow doesn't make a good strand.
There we go. A logic saw hook. I don't remember I have enough conveyors, so let's grab those. Because I'll always need more, so I'm not super worried about it. Let's also, just as a precaution, grab a T and more straight pipe. I'm pretty sure I have spare of all these, but you never know. And I know I grabbed extra other stuff. So that should be everything I could need for this side. And I am going to need to get one more thing for the logic circuit place, which is I am going to need to get a thing where I can enter amounts. Because then what we'll do is I'll enter the amounts for the saw blade. Because of that, I can grab an ingot, tell it the size I want it to be, shove it on one side of the conveyor belt, and it'll spit out the other side. It can spit out the other side the right size. All right. So quickly get back over here, because we're gonna have a heck of a lot of things to set up. So I need the control panel where I can enter a number in. It's probably over here in front of the truck. That one. Okay. Alright, so we finally got all the stuff we need. I'll probably end up having to go back because I'll, like, not have enough of one of the wires or the others. But this gets it, so I should be able to set up most of it to begin with. And that'll be pretty good. But yeah, that's, I could really see it being a thing that you could mathematically... So what I could see being the way to figure out the repair stuff is, you know, setting up your circuitry so you could have the detector just on the last of the series of the filters that are breaking, and that you could make it smart enough to turn around and be like, okay, when this filter breaks, I know, or when this filter hits like 25% or whatever, repair the first filter, whatever the ratio of so wear and tear on them is. Because remember, it's not a thing that they all break at the same speed. It's each step down the line they have a somewhat slower, but you'd be able to mathematically calculate what that is. And you could probably add some logic there so that you could have it, you know, where it basically triggers every 10 or so or whatever. So I want that to be relatively close so I don't have to run real far. Okay, so one thing that is gonna have to change to accommodate this is right now I have these filters kind of all stacked in, like, where there are multiple filters in the same area. So put that one there. And I'm making it that way there's not two filters at the same length, because that'll make them easier to handle. Alright, so let's drop you. Get you out of the way for a moment. Okay. So let's not worry about the saw stuff quite yet. That's later us problems. That's part of the saw system. That's not what I wanted. So I've got you. We've got this. You go here. Because I want to do is I want to get one of these working before... I need to stop hitting Q for that. One of these working first just to make sure the system's working, and then we can start wiring up the whole thing. I have one of those misaligned. It's weird that you can see it falling. I'm trying to get some stuff out of the way. Oh. You need to stop doing that. Nope, never. Nope, literally never. How often did you play RimWorld? Never playing anymore. Done with the game. Alright, so it should be all hooked up. What are you at? Durability? 34. Hydroneer has horsepower in it? No, there's no horsepower. It's not an actual rating in the game. Oh, that's not the right machine. That's why it's a whole thing. Okay, so just trying to wire this all up little by little. Can't gaslight you that easy. No, it's one of those things that, like, every single time you join, it's like, horse game. It's like, well, no, you can look and see what it is or isn't. I do remember getting these repair kits in when you pack these in this tight. Little bit of a pain, but it's fine. Okay. Oh, and that little electric bolt there doesn't mean it's sending a positive or a negative signal. That was one thing that confused me when I first played this game. It's just letting you know a signal at all is going across that line. Oh, that's my debugging tool, so we'll just drop that in the ground. You'd never be able to work this out on your own? It's not honestly that bad when you really go down, like, get to it. Part of the reason I'm going so quick about it is I've done this exact setup before. Well, not exact setup. I had 2 signals I was using instead of just the one. All right, let's get the hammer and tap it all in place. But yeah, so the gist of what's happening here is it's really not that bad when you're looking at, like, me setting this up, it looks like a whole nightmare. But all it is this looks down here and says, what's your durability? And then it gets a number, and so that number is going to be something positive. It's going to be, well, I mean, it could be 0, but it's going to be 0 or higher. And so what we do, though, is we don't want it to try and repair it when it's more than 0, because that's just a waste. So instead, that's what this little thing up here is. It's saying whatever you got, reverse it. So what that should do is if we're sitting here and having, like, 45 durability, it goes, okay, that gets rounded to 0 kind of thing. So don't fire thing, because when you're talking about, like, programming, 1 means good, 0 means, or 1 means signal yes, 0 means signal no. So far as your result. On or off. So one is on. So pretty much, we get a signal, it's more than 0, so it goes over here, which that makes it 0, which means don't turn that on. And then it keeps doing that until this does hit 0, it says, okay, I got 0, and it switches it to 1, which says, okay, do the thing, which in this case is to fire a spanner. So as far as, like, the logic circuit on it, it's actually a very simple circuit, it's just, dealing with it in a very weird and convoluted way. And then all this is, if I wanted to, if I wasn't sure how it's working, I have 0 on the line. So that's why I get this, and I call it my diagnostic tool, because then if it's not doing what I'm expecting, I can move this around and see what number signal I'm getting in each place to see, like, okay, are you 0? Okay, are you 45? Like, what's going on here? It's like a, attrition at different points. Yep, exactly there. Check durability. If durability is greater than 0, output 0. Check durability of 0, durability 0, output 1, and output 1 means do the thing. Which that's just, you hear about binary, like, 1s and 0s on and off. That's really what it's boiling down to, is it is basically saying, yeah, like, 1, like, there's a charge on it, a signal, whatever you want to say. 0, there's no charge. And then everything is based around that. Now, the downside is I actually don't have enough repair tools to put these all. Because, like, you'll notice these ones all have 5 repair tool, and that one I didn't have enough repair tools to, fill it up. That said, that is the one that needs the fewest amount of repair, so it should be relatively okay. Yeah, let's check some of these things out. I'm trying to get to the other side. Like, that's the one downside. So I'll probably put down some cement or whatever so I can actually get around. You're at 74, 69, 42, 3, 9. I don't know which one of these will run out because this one gets damaged faster than that one. But that one's already more damaged. Yeah, so you can see that one just went down by 1. But we'll see. I just want to see the first wrench fire. Once I have that, I'm going to be satisfied it's working. Yeah, you notice your new repair tools? Yeah. That's it. Involving innovating is always a good time. Quite bulky wiring. Yeah, so that's one of the things I actually feel like works out well for this game. Is when you're dealing with games like Factorio and Satisfactory, because of like how many different systems get involved and how complex those systems get. There, so it just repaired it. Yep, so we peek at that. That's at 99, and that's at 4, so it's about to take damage and need repair. But yeah, so you get the idea. So it's one of those things that on paper it's very simple. Again, if more than this, do that. If less than that, do this. And there's just the physical representation of it. But because it is such a simple circuit, it just, you know, it looks weird in the game. It's not that hard to wrap your mind around versus like when you're playing Factorio or whatever. And there's so much that's like in the UI and the background and all that that isn't super clear of what's happening unless you start, you know, dissecting each component, going where's the signal going and all that. It can be really hard sometimes to figure out how things work in Factorio. Because also you can have the logic pretty much anywhere. Okay. Oh, you know it'd actually work really well? I gotta double check where... Okay, so you spit out this side. What I'm thinking, if I remember correctly, if I put the conveyor going this way for chance, somewhere before the smelters, I believe the output size I want comes out of this side. So I could literally plunk this here. I'm just gonna use this for purposes of demonstration. So I plunk that there, and I grab a conveyor, and I plunk that there, and I shove that on there. What would end up happening is I could input the amount. Obviously, I'm not gonna put it there because that's wildly inconvenient. But I could put the bar on here. It would go down there. I mean, the pipe's in the way, but it would chop the bar. The extra would go on this side and then go back into the smelter, while, you know, what I want to would get spat out there. Right now, that just dumps it down the ground. It'd be kind of inconvenient and annoying, but that would be a thing to consider. Oh, don't do that. Give me this. Now, downside is I can't do that right here because of those elbows. And if I go over here, it's not in a good place. Yeah. Right, that's the idea, is you keep that there so you don't have to fight it nearly as much. Alright, so I think what's going to happen is this isn't going to be the most elegant thing. We'll put a pipe there. Put a pipe here. The other option is I just put it... actually, you know what? That's a better idea. So forget all this here. Instead, what I do... Oh, that's right. I'm not going to be able to dig here. That's going to be a problem. That actually might not be that big a problem. So you made a separator setup for crafting, had a saw hook output facing towards me, and in the crucible, or whatever the thing that heats up the metal is, and the bulk bar going into the pan to collect the future crafting. Yeah, no, I think I already know how I want to do this. Let's grab... Where's the pick? Let's grab you. Because you already got a loose line right here. Yeah, no, the way you're talking about your setup is the way I did it last time I played. I like what I'm thinking about trying to do here. Alright, so I'm going to put that elbow in last. Because I need to remove the cork from it. So I'll grab you. And I'll need to raise that up one. That should be fine that way. Grab a straight pipe. Grab you. Thanks, Dev So Dusty. I do appreciate that. It's been going pretty good. We've had some pretty solid participation in it. Do I owe more Legos? I've lost track. I do apologize. Because for every sub and 100 bits, I do a Lego piece. I feel like I owe Legos, but where's my activity feed? Why can't I see it? Oh, it's up there. No, actually, if I do owe, it's just one. I'll assume I owe one. I might owe more than that. If I do, I'm sorry, but I think I'm caught up. Awesome, you love the outfit? Yeah, no, it's, Is that a sticker on your cheek? Yes. It is a meme sticker on her cheek, because every $10, people get to choose to make me change a hat, eat a spicy bean, or, or that.
Order you.
Okay, so let's see. That's another 500 bits. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that does push us over another threshold so far as, do you want spicy beans, a different hat, or a meme sticker? Because we did push past the next $3 or the next $10, and that's question to Darth. Again, you gotta say one. Yes isn't an answer. I think if we end up saying yes again, I will take yes as in just it won't be a thing. Any? Gotcha. That's fine. I think since we haven't done a sticker in a while, and we've done 2 hats, and we've done a couple of other things, I think I'll go for a sticker, so bear with me for a moment. I just want to get this pipe in position, just so I don't forget. Oh no, it's totally fine if a person doesn't have to be any, but when they're like, yes, it's like, well, you don't get all of them. You get one of them. So I'm just making that a place for the thing to fall out onto. Alright, so I just need a right angle. So let me go ahead and get the sticker. Sure, we'll do Borat. Borat will be the one we do, because I've got another meme sticker here. Okay. And the glue on these stickers suck. So if you see them peeling up constantly, that's going on. I am building a thing so that I can choose to cut gems to certain sizes, or choose to cut things to certain sizes. So there we go. There's there's a Borat sticker saying very nice. So we got all that going on. Oh, it's a meme sticker, not a mean sticker? Correct. But yeah, and I got a whole bunch of them. I actually see one that probably would have been a better choice for Darth specifically, but sadly I've already done it, so you have to wait and see the next one. Oh, you may have been misbehaving the entire time. Oh, I was gonna say, I have it at a right angle here somewhere. Alright. So what I could do now is we grab our mallet. Knock that out of place. We'll go ahead and get all these locked in while I've got the mallet in my hand. Okay, so grab you. Put you here. Okay, so with that, I can make my life a little bit easier. So where this says, I mean, or I can't do it for. Okay, let's see one of the ones. So you want an 86 weight gold bar. So what I can do here is I can go here and say 86. Okay. And now I go over here. And if I plunk you on this, so this bar will be 86 on the money. Now the downside about it is I don't actually have a filter for the gold bar yet. So I'm gonna need to do one more thing so that we've got a filter for the future, which is, we'll clear that and I'll make it 1. And same basic idea. So now it should drop in. And good. I've already lost track of where I put the other gold bar, though. Oh, it's on the scale. There we go. We have the 86 weight gold bar. All right. Okay. Because we'll get a couple of these knocked out while we wait for other materials to pick up. That's ore. So let's see here. You want a 44.5 weight iron bar. Does this take decimal? I think it... 44.5? Well, you're just going to be a 45. And we can go right here. Oh, you're getting pretty full. That is one problem. If I don't run this often enough, they will eventually stack. And when they do, the gems don't get where they need to go. It has been one of the things that has absolutely messed up my runs in the past, where I then have to do like a reset of all the materials because they're all mashed into one giant thing. Let's see, you can leave the compressors on, can't you? I believe if I leave the compressors on, the stuff just sits on the top of it, if I remember correctly. I don't remember. We're gonna find out here real fast, because emeralds are usually the most common gems. You wish the activity feed showed the time when events occurred instead of X hours ago? Yeah, it would be nice. Okay, I've got a sapphire showing up. Nope, you're right. In that case... I'll take care of that. Okay, and I needed the iron. Need you to be 45. We already got that set. So that'll be our 45 bar. But yeah, just like that, this thing gets more and more involved. There's the 45. Hey, Cerise the Mage, how's it going? Just looking at me like, yes, we're already at 55 plus points. Because that's one of the things I've been stressing about for a while is just that, you know, this is going to absolutely wreck. Oh, hey, that's done. Neat. Are you? I'm doing good. I'm glad to hear that you're happy. You got something going on to celebrate or just a good day? I mean, either are totally good. I mean, honestly, just a good day is worth celebrating itself. Okay, so I need an iron ore that is 1.5 in weight. Show me a little iron. Yeah, it was 44.5, but my display there doesn't do decimals. Give. Nope, nope, nope. There we go. But my display doesn't do decimals, so 45 was the closest I could do that was over the amount requested. Because if you go under, they just throw the thing at you and they're like, mirror. It's not what I wanted. You're like, dude, just hand it back and say, this doesn't fit, you know, this doesn't fit what I need. You don't gotta chuck it in my face. Alright, so I need a 45 iron bar and a 9.5 ruby. Okay. It's already 45. I don't know why I did that. I got another one of these things. Each of these is 1,000 in weight. I really need to sell them at the jeweler. Because I just don't need that much. Right, iron. You want a 9.5 ruby? Okay. So I can go over here, and I can't do point, so it's 10. This side sub was a tier 3. Did I... I'm pretty sure I already got the bonus time for that. That I took the time to add the extra 30. The good news is if I do get it wrong during the stream, by the way, because I am recording each and every one. Yeah, because I have 2 tier 3s marked down. So we did end up having more tier 3s. Then, like, I can go in after the fact. Yeah, I don't think you did the Lego for that. Oh, gotcha. The Lego... Yeah, no, Zoeside, I don't think I did the Lego for it. So I do owe 6 Lego pieces, I'm pretty sure. Alright, so get you out of the way. I'm probably not going to use the crucible for anything anymore, so just, it can sit there. Get our ingot hat. Hot. Alright, there's the ring. Because I figure I'll get all this ready. And it's not that I'll go out of my way to each and every time. Is tier 3 only Lego? So tier 3, anyone who has a tier 3 sub, they can get a sound effect if they want. That'll have a command so you can play the sound effect a couple times during stream, that kind of thing. That's unrelated to the subathon kind of thing. That's just what tier 3 does. That was one of those things that I had debated, but yeah, no, I had opted to not have it be like 6 or 10 Lego pieces, mostly because it became way too complicated for me to keep up with. But the tier 3 was enough that it did trigger where we had the tier list and all those things. Oh, did I miss the I'm sorry, SMH. You went to the back vlog. Looks like it's 5 Legos for the bits right now and 1 Lego. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, finally feel like you got where your mental health is back to where it should, where you want it to be. Feels like life moving in the right direction. Nice. I'm glad to hear that. Sorry, I'd asked you and then gotten distracted trying to juggle all the things here. But yeah, nuts. Because the only thing is it's just one of those things that I didn't plan for. Like, to be genuine, like the last Lego kit got done way faster than I had anticipated. I had honestly expect that first Lego kit to get to June or July by my rough estimates. And yeah, that went way faster than that. All right, 95. What do we need for the dagger, though? Okay, just 1 ingot. That's easy. All right. And we can drop you in the fire. Because what'll do is while we're collecting materials, I can get all these sorted out. And get a bunch of our guild tokens. Because I'm assuming once we figure out where the heck we do our guild tokens in this particular area, that I'll end up wanting an absolutely astronomical amount of them. So this helps me get those guild tokens. It also helps me, like, as you do more of these, they'll get more involved, which makes them more fun and interesting, as opposed to, you know, this is literally just iron. But we can get all that. And then if we let this run and get more Cloudium, then we got that. Okay, so you need an 83 gold bar, an 80 gold bar, and a 49 sapphire. Let's see if our sapphire is even big enough to do that. I'll set you to 49. Yep, it's big enough. Okay, and I need an 80 and an 83. I'm going to be lazy in my approach to this. I'm just going to set to 83 for both of them. I'm going to do this. And again. Okay. So I've got our fancy gold necklace. And we can run over here. Grab that. Okay, and how are we doing on the Cloudium? I'm assuming we have over 100 now. Almost enough for 2 drills, but that's okay. I'm not going to fret over it too much. I'm going to grab you. Put you on the corner. And then grab the iron. Just want to clear those out before they start piling up. We've got our brick here. Is there anything else I need? Probably not. Okay. So I think we're ready to rock and roll for another trip. So the plan is we're gonna get our new drill, and that'll be good there. I should have everything. Actually, let's double check this. Oh yeah, no, I just need a T. I should have a bunch of the T's for lava. I literally should just need 1 T, and that'll be it. Yeah, I got a big pile. Okay, so we're good. We're good on so far as what we need to wire up the drill. So yeah, so you can quickly get our new drill, wire that up. I've got enough iron and Cloudium and the hardstone that if we go to town, I can probably get one of the other stores available, which will be good. The thing I will need to sort out is pretty soon I'm going to have to purchase one of the other plots of land and start trying to get it set up. You love the fact that you have a pile of quest scrolls in our truck? Yeah. Because usually what I'll do is I'll drive around and if I've done all the quests I have, I'll just drive till I see a quest person, turn it in, and if they, if instead they hold out a scroll, it's like, okay, it's time to get a new quest. But yeah, so what I should be able to do, though, is, again, every single time I get done with these drills, it means we get more faster. Alright, so grab the iron. Drop it in. Grab the Cloudium. Drop it in. We've got our drill on there. Pull the lever, stand underneath it. Because it's definitely safety first. Even though this mechanic's... Oh yeah, no, there's definitely the mechanic's not the best for this. Yeah, and I'm pretty... Well, what, are you 100 for... Yeah, sure 100. That's fine. So grab this. Cool, and we're just once again gonna go flying off this as aggressively as we can. And I'm going to drive over to, which town? Let's go to New Haven. Because I should have materials to open up one of the new stores and just see what the heck they have. And then we could also buy a ridiculous number of repair kits. And then we can take those repair kits back to load up our existing system to keep it running. And then what's going to probably need to happen is it will be time to find whichever field looks like it's the biggest, most valuable field, and just straight up buy it. Because we got that kind of money in our life now. And then what we could do with that is I can start working on that, because what'll happen in the meantime is this thing will still be running for as long as I got repair kits in it. So we could just let it pile up resources, and then as needed we can expand the new one, which will ultimately become like the end game big giant factory. But I'll need to plan that where I've got enough of the things to process the ore and ice, like we can expand that as needed. But you gotta remember how I deal with that, because it's been a while. Alright, so first of all... Okay. Who are you and what did you want?
I need something specific.
You wanted the ring. Alright. Is that your ring?
Thank you.
You're sensing similarities between this and Parmsa now? Yeah, I mean, both of them are, like, you build up from whatever.
Give me this, and I'll give you my tokens.
Alright, new quest.
I'd like you to make me something.
I wasn't expecting more new quests. So I want to get the tier 2 first. So 40 Cloudium, 800 Iron Bar, that's fine. So drop you. Drop you. And new shop is open. Okay, so we've got a heavy design. Peak forge pedestal, smelt required. Lava intake booster, masterwork design. Lava intake booster. Lava thaw booster increases the tier and depth lava thaw can operate in. Attached to the rear of the vehicle. Ah, and we finally have stuff that costs guild tokens. So regular money won't cut it. They want the fancy money. Oh, it's 50% off? I mean, 50% off Hydroneer is a really good price. Okay. So this is a slightly better lava drill. Well, we're just gonna go ahead and... Yeah, so you need core. I don't have the core stuff yet. And you need core. That's gold, so you need that for that. So I'm not gonna bother buying these. Increases the tier of depth lava thaw can operate in. Lava thaw can operate in. Okay, so you have 430. You're 2100. $1,000 and some change. Oh, wait. Hold, please. Where is... There you are. Let's run to the museum real fast, get our big pile of money, and we should be good. It's wild that the stickers appear to be moving independently for your face. It feels like there's CGI on them, almost. Oh no, it's the glue sucks on them, so they're not sitting flat on my face at all. So the reason they look like they're moving funny is because it is almost like it's staying like flat and rigid on my face as opposed to bending with it.
Hydrosaur bones, would you? Wonderful. Splendid. More fossils for the display.
Okay. Because that gives me a ton more of these. Floating around, that's great. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I always laugh about it. It's like, I ordered these, man, a long time ago. I ordered these for purposes of the stream. Okay, so 4,000. So with that, I can actually grab you. I have 900. Can't quite afford that. Lava intake booster masterwork design. Place on the Volcano's Peak Forge pedestal. Smelt the required weight and resources and pull the lever. But I don't know what that means. Like, I understand it wants me to make it on the pedestal. I just don't understand what it does. So I can leave the lava drill here for now. Because that'll give me enough money that I can get that, right? Yes. Which means I can make one. So that can sit there for right now. We basically spent all of our guild tokens so far. But I now have a bunch more stuff we can make. So the thing I need to do is I am going to need to work towards the next tile. Like, please tell me to not buy two of the same thing. Yeah. Take it back.
Huh?
Well, I feel pretty dumb. Rip 2,000 something coins. Oh well. It's too late now. I do wish kind of the things like that, it would also do the chain thing on it. Be like you already own it. It's fine. I got the drill though, so that at least was the important one. Obviously I want the other one too, but...
Give me this, and I'll give you my tokens.
You want 45 steel bar? I think this is you. Oh, there's a way I can check this. Was your name Polia? Ethel. Yeah, you're Ethel. Definitely very similar names.
Thank you.
It's gonna take me a while to save up enough of those. It's fine. The amount of coins you get per objective do go up quite a bit pretty fast. Yep, we can afford that. Oh yeah, no, I definitely got the one that was more expensive. What am I missing? Oh, here, it's these. That's right. Nah, no, it's fine. It definitely is a setback, but it's not that big a deal. So, ticket office, what the heck do you do? I see you give me tickets, but I can't afford them, so it doesn't matter what it does.
I need something specific.
Trying to just get these out of the way. So you are Burville. You're the harbor. You're the harbor. And you are Newglade. Okay, so I got one more thing to turn in here. Meanwhile, I need to go back to you because I didn't have that.
Get me some bones. Don't forget to put
Alright, so we got another thing from the museum. Here you are.
Thank you.